Live intro. Boom! Welcome to In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I am the internet icon, the pride of the pilgrims, and a damn handsome man, the most honest man in all of podcasting, Jack E. Jones, along with my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
1 inch biceps, the power goat. Ah! Ha, ha, ha. Ah! And I'm here to let everybody know that I'm the man who tells you what to do, the boss, baby, and all that good stuff.
Good to see you. You're got the baby face working again. Back to the boss, baby.
Mm-hmm.
No more of that, the ruggedness.
Mm-hmm. The rugged, handsome, good looks that I most of the time put forth and show the entire world, except for last week when I don't know what was wrong. It was maybe a bad hair day or something. I mean, it looked like I had wrinkles on my skull. I don't understand.
Yeah, your head was not very shiny.
No. Not so shiny. I didn't have the hat either. Mm-hmm. It's just something was up. I guess I just was feeling a little under the weather or something. I don't know.
Well, it's good to have you back here, back in your old self.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Especially for tonight intro, because you might have forgot from last week because you were a little under the weather. But tonight is a very special night, not just for the Headyverse, not just in your head, not just for wrestling, but for all of mankind, all of the world. Tonight, Incher, is the birthday celebration of a man who has given so much to the Headyverse, has given so much entertainment, knowledge, and just joy to the listeners, to myself, to you. The mighty Lexar. Tonight is his birthday celebration.
Oh.
So tonight we're encouraging everyone to zoom in and have some memories of what Lexar has meant to you and what Lexar has meant to the Headyverse.
I see. Well, happy birthday to the mighty Lexar, and of course I remembered. Yeah, I always remember these things.
You did, but I didn't know. I thought maybe once you're like Samson, you lost the beard and you lost your power or something. I don't
know. But that wasn't the case. No, not this time. I'm always on the ball, and I knew that mighty Lexar was having a birthday.
Right. So I'm wearing this special shirt for his birthday. The Brain Busters. Arn Anderson, Tully Blanchard, boom.
Sweet. I'll put this special shirt on for Lexar's birthday.
That's all Dobbs wears. He's all about just white tees. He's trying to get me. He's like, he doesn't like color. He's like, you got to stop wearing color. He just wants white.
Well, me and Steven were rocking the same. That sounds
a little strange if you're listening. I don't mean like nationality, your skin color. I meant like just white, plain white tee. But he doesn't want logos on. No, he just wants white, plain white. He said a plain black too, just a plain, solid color tee. Black or white, nothing else. No reds, no teal, no auburn, no burnt sienna.
I see.
No plaid. No cardinal. No olive drab.
Cardinal. Is cardinal a color now?
Been a color for a while.
Has it? I thought it was just a bird.
Nope. Cardinal red.
So it's named after the bird, though.
Or maybe the bird's named after the color. I'll have to look into this.
I don't think so.
I believe it's a religious figure as well, a cardinal, like the Catholic Church.
I've heard that one. I'm not sure what ranking exactly it is. I know it's pretty high up.
Yeah, it's like a lieutenant of the church.
Yeah. I think that, yeah.
I would not know, but if there was anyone here who would know, I would assume it would be you.
Is it Bishop then Cardinal? I think it's Bishop then Cardinal. I think.
Bishops move diagonal.
Well, in chess, yes, they do.
Oh, not in real.
I don't know about in real life.
They just like.
That'd be funny if you met like a bishop from the Catholic Church, and every time he moved, he just moved like diagonally.
Like, hey, buddy, you're right in front of you. He's like, oh, hold on, and he moves like diagonally.
It's like I thought that was only in the game. And then the knight comes in, and he just moves in an L.
Yeah, he's fucking crazy.
I can only move
slow
this
ass pawns are just step. Man, I don't know what's going on here. Speaking of pawns, he's no pawn. He's like I don't know what would he might be the bishop of the Headyverse. Steven
is
from where's he from? Portugal?
Toronto, Ontario.
Oh, that's right.
Toronto, Ontario.
In Canada.
I've heard of it. What's this Canada you speak of?
Whoa, I need a Canadian shirt. I need a Mountie shirt. Anybody out there wants to send me a free T-shirt, size large, Neil Jones. Send it to this guy, Neil Jones, 2 Campbell Street. Just send it right to my home address, 2 Campbell Street, Sandwich, Mass, 02563.
There you go. But what's a rook? Is a rook a real figure? I've never heard of a rook. Is it just? I know it's a castle in the game, but like, is that what they call a rook in real life? Like a castle?
You know what? I'm not positive. That's a good question.
It's like, is Steven a rook? Does he move just forward and sideways?
A rook seems like powerful, and nothing against Steven. I don't consider him like this powerhouse. I think
look at that.
I don't know.
He's got the guns.
I think Beef would be the rook. Beef would be a rook. Him and maybe Body are the beautiful people. And then Steven's slender. He kind of looks like a bishop. Although bishops do look kind of like penises. And I don't mean Steven looks like a penis. I'm just saying he's a slender. I think he's a tall man.
All right. I've got an issue now. We've got a big problem here, Jack.
What's that?
Okay, I think saying that the bishop looks like a penis in the game of chess. Okay, fine.
He does,
fine.
Right? It does, yeah.
But if you make that stretch to see that the bishop looks like a penis, how is it impossible for you to make that stretch to see that the Arby's logo looks like a penis?
Man.
How is it so impossible to not see it? I think you only just want to disagree with me.
I think this goes back to the Rorschach test. So when you look at a Rorschach test, they're not really testing like your artistic mind, like to see like, oh wow, he really envisions, daisies or something. It's about your psyche. So when you envision, everything being in the shape of a penis, it's speaking more about where your mind goes.
Not everything.
You have penises on the mind.
Not everything. Let's see. You know what I'm Googling right now.
Might add that
Arby's
to your title.
Logo.
The boss.
Look at this, everybody.
Do the power goat and the man with the penis.
Look at this. Look at it. Look.
It's a really short
skin, head, pee hole. Tell me you don't see it, Jack. Tell me you don't see it.
That is not what would come to my mind.
Jack, tell me you don't see it.
Is that why you get hungry when you think of Arby's?
No, I think of roast beef and how Rax is almost the same restaurant, but yet Arby's is taking them over.
We got the meat.
They own them now. I mean, you would be happy if Rax was like the powerhouse it used to be because they got the BBC.
I've never heard of a Rax.
The Big Beef Club or something. I don't know what it is.
I've never heard of
they
this
do
restaurant
have that
you brought
sandwich.
up on the show once.
Yeah. Well, Arby's
we don't
is
have it
a
here,
much
so-
bigger brand.
Right. I mean, I don't have Arby's here
Lexar,
either.
you see it, don't you, Lexar? I mean, you see it. Look at it. Look at it. He sees it. Steven?
It's a combination of a penis and a cowboy hat. A long, stretchy...
Well, it's supposed to be a cowboy hat. I mean, that's what it's supposed to be. But
Are you saying
Steven,
cowboys
you see
are all
it,
dickheads?
right?
Yep, I see it.
Steven sees it. Steven sees it, Jack. Now, do you see it?
I'm not seeing it, but I'm not saying like it's impossible to.
Can't you see it?
It's weird to me that you don't see actual penises, like when Too Cold Scorpio is in front of you or Alex Wright, but you'll see penises in all other shapes.
And Alex Wright has never been in front of me. I've never seen Alex Wright perform
You saw him
live
on the screen on a TV.
I've seen him on TV, but Too Cold Scorpio, no.
He was right in front of us, and it was flopping around.
Well, I was kind of more fixed on the ladies that he was probably doing it for because I was kind of amazed that Scorpio would go there. You know, I thought
Steven's doing
Scorpio
the
would
dance
be.
for us.
Scorpio didn't have
whipping out
much
the
standards,
tomahawk.
if you ask me.
Yeah,
I would think Scorpio standards would be a little higher. I was
Yeah.
stunned by that.
Well, I mean, it's Charlotte Fan Fest. It's probably slim pickings.
The rats aren't what they used to
we
be.
were there. I mean, there wasn't like, there was that one old lady who was all over Spec Sun.
Like,
And then,
seriously, they just look like some middle-aged ladies that you would see at a fair or something, or just like, chasing their grandchildren or something, I didn't expect Scorpio to be flopping his junk for that. Maybe he just wanted to give them a thrill. You never
That's
know.
true. I mean, he'd be looking out for his fans.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily
Maybe,
negative. It's
yeah.
like, wow, this is a good guy.
He just wanted to give them a show, I guess.
Yeah, I
but-
mean, I've done that when I'm at,
Mhm.
I could, if people are like, hey, it's Nasty Neil. They expect certain things. I'm known for a lot. Big hat. Now, when you see me in the big top hat,
Do they ever ask you to do your Backwoods Bob voice? Do they ever ask for that?
I'm not
instead?
Backwoods Bob. I'm actually working with Backwoods Bob. I met him today out at his shack, and Backwoods Bob is his cameo will be starting soon. I was helping him film.
So how far do you have to walk from your house to get to the backwoods? I mean,
Well, I live across.
is that a
the street from
small
State
trek?
Forest.
Uh-huh. So he's kind of like this hillbilly that found his way to Massachusetts then, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, the woods connects. It's like Jason. He was in the water. He's in Camp Crystal Lake, and it just
Mhm.
goes right to Manhattan. The woods are the same way. If you're in one backwoods, if you walk around, you end up in any of the woods.
Hmm.
Yeah, so that'll be coming up on the cameo Backwoods Bob
Yeah.
out there. When get
Excellent.
some cool shout outs for a birthday or whatever. His only rule is no hippies. He will not do a video for hippies. It's very anti-hippie, man. He does not like the
he's on the
wacky tobacco.
cameo, and he will not do a video for hippies.
No hippies allowed. Not my rule.
Okay.
He's like you though. He will not. He's very anti-wacky tobacco.
I see.
Good man though. Let's see here. So I mentioned this earlier. The man is here now, Insure. Everyone can see him.
Mm-hmm.
It's his special day. He's a special man in the history of the Headyverse. He's a Hall of Famer. He's beloved by millions. He's one of my personal favorites. He's one of Insure's favorites.
Oh, yes.
He is legendary throughout the Headyverse. He recently made his video debut, which I think more comments on the YouTube is about the appearance of Lexar than anything. I mean, there was some stuff about his head wasn't very shiny last week, and they're worried about him. That was a little bit, but nothing compared to the amount of comments about this man. And tonight is his special night. It is his birthday, so we are here to dedicate In Your Head, not just tonight, the whole year. We're going to dedicate this whole year. This is the year of this man.
The whole year.
The whole year, but especially tonight. And we want everyone to zoom in, to leave comments here in the chat. The mighty Lexar!
Thank you, Jack Jones, for the introduction. I was about to tear up. I'm probably going to cry on camera.
I'm crying
that was
before I
so
get the
fantastic
sunglasses.
introduction. Oh, thanks. This is an incredible night for me, for myself, for In Your Head history, making In Your Head history today. With the first all Zoom birthday celebration for In Your Head. I'm sure you did for other people in the Headyverse. Maybe you even do it for yourself, probably.
Never.
But that was via radio, via online radio, but now we're online Zoom.
Exactly.
The first birthday celebration. Zoom.
Not only can people hear us, Incher, now, they can see us visually with their eyes. And their very soul. Very soul, yeah. So I think, Incher, I'm going to count down from 3, and we're going to do this. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lexar. Happy birthday to you.
It's out of sync and out of tune, but I'll accept it.
And many more.
He said we're out of tune, Jack.
What? And a pitch.
Yeah, but it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah,
it's wonderful.
I mean, not everyone is a musical genius like myself, so
Yeah. Nobody has a voice of one of those guys from the what's his name from
Michael Bolton.
No. It's that guy who used to manage Rusev. I forgot his name already.
Very good. I forget.
Hayden English.
Hayden English. There you go.
We should have brought him on.
I've seen him on. Yeah. That would have been good if we brought him on just to sing. I was watching an interview with him on the YouTubes, and he just started talking about like how he's so passionate about whiskey, and I was just like, "What's the matter?"
I noticed that he actually has a Facebook whiskey page. I think he does a whiskey like podcast.
Why a whiskey podcast? How do you do that? Like,
I don't know. Just talk about booze. Talk about the bourbon, rye. I'm a big fan of bourbon. I don't know if you know this intro. I went on the Bourbon Trail with Jason Mitten in Kentucky.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You should have went. I think you would have learned something. Maybe if you would have gone, you wouldn't be asking why someone would do a whiskey podcast.
You see, Jack, when I've tried to get you into things and you say, I just don't want to do it, it's not for me, that's going to be my stance on this. Don't want to do it. It's not for me, Jack.
Probably would have loved it. I think it would have opened up a whole new world for you.
No, I don't think so. But happy birthday, Lexar. Did you have any cake today?
Well, basically, because of the quarantine. Yeah, it's basically staying home because of the quarantine. Anyway, even though if there was no quarantine, I probably will not go out because it's hot as balls.
It's hot as fuck.
Outside.
I was outside
because
today.
it's hot as balls.
Intra's excited now.
I just no cake. That's not exciting. I'm depressed.
It's hot as fuck though. I was out walking. I was very, very hot. I thought I was gonna collapse. And so I was talking to my friend Trista, and she's like, "Get some iced coffee." And I have to say that that did do the trick. That really cooled me down. So I was
Hey, look at there.
Oh, thank you.
look at
That
that.
puts a smile on your face.
Oh man!
It's a happy birthday, bear.
You might not have got cake, but you got a happy birthday, bear. A lot less
It
calories.
helped. Mm-hmm.
That is probably me the best birthday gift I've ever received, even though it's not physically here.
Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
It's like an ice cream truck.
Oh, no,
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
That's enough.
I loved it. Now that was in tune. Like
Excellent. That was a very good rendition by the Happy Birthday Bear.
Yeah. Maybe you'll
Thank you,
maybe
Vic, for that.
Songman will call in later, and you'll get a birthday song from Songman.
Yeah, a birthday rhyme.
Can he have a song that's not like horribly offensive to somebody?
To you?
But he,
No, his ones are usually.
I'm sure he would work something in with me about how I don't know. I steal his birthday cake or something. I don't know.
Mine are usually nice.
Yeah.
The songs about me are usually very pleasant, upbeat,
Mm-hmm.
very sweet.
Yeah, I don't know why mine are always so like hate filled. It's like a Twinkie that you bite into, and all you get in the center is hate.
That's the new limited edition Twinkie.
The hate filled Twinkie.
You know what? If someone like not the Twinkie people, but if you were like a rival company, I bet that would sell if you put out like the hate filled like strudel or something. People would buy that as like just as a funny thing. I think.
Probably
Especially nowadays,
be a
because
way
the
to
world's
get.
full of trolls.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's true. That's true. Alb's right. Last week, Songman did not bury Incher in his song about you. It was actually very nice about you.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Guess he likes.
I wish I was myself for that show, and
Right.
maybe I would have known.
What do you think, Lexar? Incher shaved for you this week. He's like, I'll get a.
Yeah, he did a magnificent job. Nice shave.
Yeah. Do you like him better
Nice
clean shaven?
shave.
The baby boy look.
It's
Yeah,
a
maybe
little bit of stubble going on. A few days growth. Like,
You ever grow a beard there, Lexar? It looks like you got a little bit of beard coming in there.
I tried to. This one time I tried to grow a beard for like 3 weeks.
Right.
And like, even though when I was in the hospital, maybe it's a good time to grow a beard. But it itches terribly. So
Yeah.
I told my mom, like, come in with the shavers and like.
Does she
trim my
shave you every
beard when I'm
day?
in the hospital bed.
Oh
No, while I was in the hospital bed
All right. Yeah.
with my bad leg during that
Oh.
time. So she shaved me, my beard, hair got all over my hospital gown, all over the bed. And I always question how these like superstars and other wrestlers like have massive beards and it doesn't bother them. The itching.
Mhm.
Braun
Mine
Strowman,
doesn't-
Bray
mine's not
Wyatt,
huge, but
Kevin Owens.
it doesn't.
If we
mine
ever-
doesn't itch.
If we ever have Braun Strowman on, maybe that you can ask him that question. Does your beard itch you?
Or maybe I can meet him at Access if there was, if this whole COVID is over, which is probably won't be happening anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Even
I
your
think
boy,
they got
not
your
even in the
picture
side.
posted everywhere, and they're like, "Do not let this man into Access. He does terrible things."
Jason's saying that last week's Songman was a huge mark for Incher.
That's what Jason's saying?
Yeah.
Hmm.
We need the guy with the. Oh yeah, that's right. Remember the first time we were on video and there was some guy who never called in before. I don't think he ever listened to the show, and he was like on a trampoline.
Oh yeah,
like a
he
flip.
did a flip for us. Yeah.
He seemed all excited, then he just vanished. Maybe it was just too much excitement. It was just like, I can't top this. And boom, took himself out.
Maybe he was on drugs. Who knows?
Well, yeah,
Like-
that's usually the way to enjoy the show.
He's whacked out of his mind. He's like, I'll call these guys up.
I think
What's
that's
up,
how we
guys?
found Steven.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, Steven, that's a good question. How did you find In Your Head?
Well, actually, I think I'm trying to think. I was just searching for wrestling related internet podcasts, and this just came up in a Google search, In Your Head. And so actually I started to listen to the archives, like all your old shows, and this was like a long time ago now. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, because you've been
I want to say about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
At least it seems like, I don't know if you guys remember when I first started calling in. I would usually be walking my dog, and I would call your phone number,
right?
And just, I'd call them, while I was walking the dog, because it would usually be about the same time, and you guys
Sometimes
were
it'd
on
be
late.
windy, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and you'd probably always hear the wind on the phone,
right?
And I've just liked you guys. I mean, as far as podcasts, wrestling related podcasts, some of them, some of them suck. And some of them are gone. Like, some of my favorite ones were gone, but In Your Head just kind of never went away.
You're the cock.
Well, he got staying power.
Yes. Yeah. So that's basically why I stayed with it. I mean, like I said, I've listened to a lot of your shows probably before I started listening, like all the way back to your very first show, and I just, like I said, I just really like this show. And now that you're doing video, I think your show has been even better.
Thank you. I've been enjoying it.
Yeah,
I think it adds it's a lot of fun for me personally. I think it's fun for everyone. You get to see everybody. And sure can't hide. No, I'm not actually the same way. I mean, you can't from doing video about this without your head stuff. You can't let other people talk for a little bit and go do something quick.
Yeah. You got to be paying attention.
Yeah, and I can't cheat and this is more without your thing. I can't cheat and put an IMDb and look up some details. I could, but it would be very obvious that I'm doing it.
Yeah, yeah.
I do have a second monitor here now, which I haven't hooked up yet, but it's sitting here right now, and I've got the HDMI cable to hook it together. So the idea is I'm have two monitors, so I can have the big monitor. I can look at us, and then I can look over here and read all the comments. It'll make it a lot easier.
Yeah, that would make it easier to have the two monitors, one for the video and one for the comments. I should hook myself up with that.
Yeah, you're the fucking tech man over there. Probably have
what am I doing to the tech man? No. I've done it before in the past, but I just didn't see.
I've never done it before, but I think it's fairly simple. I was watching.
Well, it'll be good for your first time, but
whoa, those are famous.
Hey, let me ask you something. Has anybody ever seen one of these?
A1 sauce.
Yeah, have you ever seen a packet of it though?
Oh no, it's like a ketchup packet, but it's A1.
Yeah, it's just A1 in a packet.
Probably now because of COVID, so they don't want people sharing bottles.
Maybe that was a Longhorn thing there. So
the Texas
A1 packet, the steak place, where Jericho goes after he wins the belt and leaves it there. He left it on his hood or something like that for AEW and lost the belt. Man, never forget that story. Because
Marty Van Buren says you guys rely a lot more on sex appeal and pure visual entertainment with video. But he's one of the people that he kind of prefers the audio. There's this group on the page that they want to They're like trying to get us just to return to audio.
Just get our ugly faces off the internet and go back to
They said we're not
audio.
we're more PC on the video.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that Arby's thing was a little risky. I mean, little risque.
So it looked like a penis, but I don't know. I think a lot of it is.
Is that what you got from the conversation?
Yeah.
Is that what you got?
Uh-huh.
You're just like, oh, here goes Incher again, giving me crap for nonsense.
Well, look at Jack. He's got a big old penis in front of his face. That was a microphone.
Yeah.
Is that why you got like a ball sack microphone so you didn't have a penis? You were like, I can't have no penis here in front of me.
I knew that was going to be a joke one of these days, that it's a big ball. I mean, It can't be a Death Star. It can't be anything. It's got to be a big ball sack.
Right. Well, this was about penises, so I'm just wondering, you were just like, I can't have a penis just fixated right here in front of me. I'll get like,
what are you talking about?
Because you have a microphone. So if that was like if that was shaped like this, let's say, you'd have it just situated right here, and you'd be like, "Oh shit, I don't know what's going on now. What do I do?" I'm like,
I never made that. I never said that about you. You don't even have it setting like that on you, though.
I know. I'm asking, is that why you have a ball, a round spherical microphone? Because you were worried if it was a phallic-shaped microphone that it would either, I don't know, like mess with.
But you did it anyways.
What?
But you said it anyways about the ball. You said that's like a ball sack in front of your face. I mean, you did it anyway.
Maybe you're more comfortable with balls in front of your face than a penis. I don't know.
Oh, Jesus.
Why did you get the ball-shaped one? Is there a reason?
It's just, it was at Walmart and
okay.
I bought it.
I didn't know if there was a technical reason, like it's better.
No, I just needed a better microphone at the time, and I just went to Walmart, and this was what they were selling at the time, and I said, well, how the hell am I going to use that?
I'm sorry. Marty says he has come around, and he's accepted the trade-off.
Has he?
It's very important. So what people, if you can, zoom into the show tonight. I want to hear from you, see you, and give some memories here of our man Lexar. And if you can, if you're just too scared or don't have a camera, whatever, leave some comments on the Facebook group, and we're going to share them with our
no discriminatory comments towards Lexar. No negative comments.
Right. All positive.
You can do that after midnight tonight.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, don't do it at all. It's sensitive.
See, you should have thought of that, Incher. You could have been on here for years to say, don't say anything bad about me, and no one would have said nothing.
Oh, that would have worked, yeah. Hey, it's a Siamese cat. Meow.
I forget is it a she or he?
Mm-hmm.
He.
Vic looks like he hates cats.
No,
I think Vic hates your cat.
Vic's a big cat man.
Oh, he is? I thought he had a dog last week.
I got a dog too.
Oh, he's got both. Oh. Pandemonium in that house. He's got cats and dogs.
I always had cats and dogs too. You don't have to like hate. Yeah, remember at Aldo?
When did you have a cat?
I had Faye.
You had Aldo.
And I had Faye for the same amount. I got 1 year apart from each other. They had them both for.
Oh, really?
years.
Okay.
I used to have 8 cats.
All right, yeah. I remember you told me a story about your cat like eating a rabbit or something. So
yeah, that was a different cat.
Yeah.
I always have many cats.
A lot of rabbit killing at your house.
There's a lot of rabbits around here.
Yeah.
Well, one of them ate a whole rabbit. That was Samson.
Yeah.
And he brought home a rabbit, and he sat there and ate the whole entire thing. And it was, I'm not even joking, it was like, I think it was bigger than him. And he sat there and ate the entire, all day. It was like 12 hours. He just sat there eating it. And then he just puked the whole thing up because I think it was way too much for him. But I think he was just determined, like, I'm going to sit here and eat this entire thing that I caught.
It's like as if another cat had challenged him that
Right.
he couldn't eat the whole thing.
Yeah. And
He's like, I'll show you.
He left the tail. That was the only thing. I remember it was like you could hear him crunching the bones, and he ate the whole, and then he just threw it all up. The other cat was Charlie, and he brought a cute little white bunny in his mouth to me and put it down, and it was still alive. It was very scared, but he didn't rip the flesh or anything. He just caught it. And so I took it and I left it go and I hopped away. And he just sat there and looked at me like, you fucking asshole. I'm never bringing you anything again. What the hell's your problem? But, I felt bad.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
You saved the bunny's life. So it can probably wander off and get killed by another cat.
I see a lot of rabbits on my walks now. Little bunnies. Cute little bunnies everywhere.
Lexar is enjoying the bunny talk.
Yeah, who doesn't like bunnies?
He just had that annoyed look on his face there for a second. So I was like, he's not enjoying.
Lexar, are you an animal lover?
Yes.
See, enter, he loves animals.
I like animals.
See?
Oh, okay. What's your favorite animal, Lexar?
Maybe a dog or a cat.
Dog or cat?
I used to have this stuffed cat when I was a kid. I went to the hospital for high fever. So as a nurse will give me a present, because I survived the high fever. And it's
so it's a stuffed animal, like a plushy.
Not a dead cat that was accident.
No.
I was horrified there for a second. Oh,
no.
That's the
It's a stuffed cat, and I had that for several years until I turned 18, and I just gave it away to some other kid.
That's nice. You passed it on, and hopefully that helped. That cat helped that person. Did you name it?
I named him Zandig for some reason.
Zandig? Are you big Misfits? I mean, you like the song Mother or something?
That's Dandig.
Oh.
Zandig is like the dude from the Extreme Wrestling thing. Don Zandig. Is it Danzig or Zandig?
Zandig.
Because I never know a Danzig until the mid 2000s when I hear lots of music.
Oh,
and
okay.
And ever since I got MTV2 and they used to play music.
Making movies and sure.
He is?
Made one of the worst films. It's just so bad. Veronica. People are calling it the Room of Horror. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Oh, yeah.
It is so...
I'm familiar with it.
So bad. Technically just horrible.
What was the plot of that?
Like it. What?
What was the plot of that? The plot.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Lexar?
What was the plot of the movie? What is it all about?
3 short stories. One of them is this spider comes out of this woman's nipple and then grows into, or it's a spider, and she either comes out of her nipple or she feeds it milk out of her nipple, and it turns into a big spider human being, big spider monster. It's really dumb. And that's actually the best story of them all.
So it's actually not better than Spinal Tap.
No.
I guess.
No. It's definitely not better than Spinal Tap.
It did not go to 11.
Maybe 11 out of 100. Jason says the spider one was so bad it was awesome. The rest of it's just so bad and boring. But that part is pretty awesome. It's so bad. You know what I'm saying, Inchman?
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
So this, I don't know if you guys know this, but this is a wrestling podcast.
Yeah.
And wrestling happened.
I didn't watch any of it.
What the fuck?
So that's why I was trying to avoid it tonight. I don't know what happened on Impact. I don't know what happened on WWE. I don't know what happened at the horror show. What happened at the
Really?
horror show?
Oh, so what happened at the horror show?
Yeah, Steven, tell me.
This happened at the horror show. Rey
Got a
Mysterio
match.
lost an eye.
Did you see this, Jack? Rey Mysterio lost an eye?
I did watch Horror Show. It was so
Uh-huh.
fucking bad. All right, so I will be honest. That match itself was good. It was a
Now,
good
the
match,
match was good. Yeah.
but the stipulation is so stupid. These guys are literally trying to rip each other's eye out. Like, you can't
Uh-huh.
take
Yeah.
that serious. And then,
Was it Seth Rollins, Rey Mysterio, and
Yeah.
they're just like battling back and forth?
I
to
mean,
see who can
they
rip
had a
the
very
other
good
one's eye out?
match, but like,
Uh-huh.
so he's got his head like on the ring post. I mean, on the steps, like in the corner of the corner of the steps. Let's say this is the corner of the steps, and he's got like his eyes. Ah!
Uh-huh.
And so then he backs away, and then he looks over, and he's got his hand. I wish I had something. Let's take this Dusty Rhodes guy, and he's got like his hand like this. He's like, ah, and like there's like a ping pong ball. Or my mom thought it looked like a bingo
A
ball.
marble or something.
Yeah, like a
Hmm.
real white, completely round, very plastic looking ping
Yeah.
pong ball with like not even really blood, maybe a little bit of red behind it. He's like, my eye! And so Seth starts puking. He literally pukes. He's like draws, pukes up some vomit. He's like, "Ugh." And then exactly, and he's like, get a towel. And I'm thinking
dropped
this
my eye.
match, they've been billing it for weeks as an eye for the eye match. They know going in that the loser has to get their eye ripped out of their head, and no one's prepared. Would you have people there to save the man? You know it's going to happen. So they got to call for, people, and eventually come out of the back. And I guess a towel. So anybody out there, if you ever get your eye ripped out, apparently if you just have a towel handy, you'll be all right. You just put the towel on and, you're fine.
No towel. You're done.
Yeah, you're fucking blind, bitch. But yeah, so then they never said a winner, but I assume Seth Rollins won because he ripped his eye out.
I read someone that Vince McMahon wanted to produce a whole different ending to the match. He wanted to use like prosthetic makeup and some CGI to make it look real.
I would
had that.
if you are going to do something this dumb. If you're going to do something this dumb, go all out and at least do that. Otherwise, you can't
really.
half-ass something so stupid.
Like they got Tom Savini. He probably could have done like some FX or something, or one of his students or somebody could have made something like, what the hell? If you're like you say, if you're going to do something this stupid, just go ahead and do it.
Jason says, I bet WWE CGI is amazing. It probably
would be
sci-fi movies level.
Probably much like that
You
one
think
movie.
they'll get to that? Maybe we'll have like a Sharknado like match.
Mm-hmm.
This
That would
is
be
just
cool.
so dumb.
Like Sharknado versus WWE, and
Right.
they just have a match. Yeah, that'd be good.
And I assume these appeal to somebody, but these cinematic matches, they are
Sarah
just
likes it.
they're just the shit to me. I stopped watching it. There was the Swamp Thing match, whatever, and and they're not even fighting. He's just Braun is in a chair, like strapped to a chair, and he's just yelling at him and talking about stuff. And I was just like, I started zoning out. And I was like, I don't care about this, and I just left. I turned it off, and while I was live, I was like, I literally don't care anything about this. Not even enough to see what happened. I don't know who won or anything. I just stopped. I was like, this is terrible.
So I think they were trying to go for a Friday the 13th vibe. Because they ended
Why
it
did they
like
fight?
a lake or a river or whatever.
When there was a Friday 13th where Jason just sat and talked to a guy sitting in a chair for a half hour.
No, the ending of the thing it would have been better if they had actually done that. If Bray had actually if Braun was in a boat and Bray had just come out of the water and grabbed him and pulled him under. Now that would have been better. But very few people would have got it, I guess. But
who got this? Who wants to see a guy just sitting in a chair?
Exactly, because it's Braun Strowman, a 360-pound guy sitting in a rocking chair, and he can't move. Like,
yeah, he's just like yelling at him and talking about, whatever. He's doing this crazy. It's just a crazy promo with Braun Strowman sitting in a chair.
You know what other 360-pound man was in a rocking chair?
Let's make love in a rocking chair.
He was making love.
Whoa. That's a good song. That's a very romantic song. Push it and pull it. That's a good.
Have you ever played, gone out on a date and played the rocking chair song back
to get her in the mood?
Maybe, yeah.
I was a girl I knew did find the DJ Curly Bear song very very sexy.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. That's not even a joke.
Like, for real?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Are you sure?
They weren't. Well, I'm pretty.
They
sure
weren't lying to you.
Yeah. No, because no.
Yeah.
I say no. Things happen.
Well, tell me. Come on.
But yeah, you get the idea.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did you do the DJ Curly Bear voice while you're doing it?
No, but she wanted to play the song. Like, I'm not. This is not a joke or anything. It's true.
This is real life. You're saying,
right?
Not a joke.
No.
Okay. Well, why don't you tell everybody this? Just tell everybody. Just the whole story right now.
She's on my Facebook, and I don't know. She might be watching.
I don't care. I don't know this girl. I just want to hear. Don't you want to hear Lexar?
He's got the gist.
I think Lexar's broken. Don't you want to hear
I was asked about DJ Curly Bear in an interview last week. I was interviewed before the show. It was like a 2.5 hour interview on the Dorkening Network. I was interviewed. And they asked, about In Your Head. They asked about it was mostly about horror things. They asked mostly about, but then they asked about In Your Head, so that was cool, and talked a lot about wrestling. And I put you over, Incher. And,
okay, thank you.
And you're with
I do it with this rotten son of a.
And,
for some reason, he shows up every Tuesday.
Well, not every Tuesday, but they talked about the movies I made and the festival with Severed Limbs Film Festival. We did our second one Saturday, and then they asked about DJ Curly Bear, and I was like, really? I was like, wow, these people really did their research to find.
Sounds like it.
To ask me about, and I was like, but I also thought, like, I'm like plugging real stuff I do now. I don't know if I really want them to go and check out DJ Curly Bear, but.
Well, say there's a big resurgence for DJ Curly Bear. Would you go back?
Oh yeah, he come out every time.
You could never pass on going back on DJ Curly Bear.
I have some songs I wrote for DJ Curly Bear out the.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also wrote some horror.
Care to drop any lyrics on us right now?
No.
Gosh, he's a tough customer tonight, guys. He won't tell us anything. Won't give us no lyrics. Won't tell us a story. What's up with him?
Come on. It's my special day, Jackie Jones.
It's a special day, Jackie Jones.
Sing.
Sing?
Sing.
I mean, I have to. I mean, I don't know them off. I'd have to think about them. I know I've actually posted some on my Facebook, like Straight Out of Cape Cod.
Really?
Yeah. Can't remember it offhand, though. Straight Out of Cape Cod, come a silly mofo named Jackie Jones. I really do forget how it goes.
You know what John Lennon said
lobster with
too.
trombones. When the sun's out, he gets the grill out. It's basically Straight Out of Compton, but it's Straight Out of Cape Cod.
Oh.
I'm perfecting the song, much like I did for Skinner.
It's something Songman would sing.
That's our praise.
Man.
Because Lexar loves every tune that the Songman's ever made.
but Lexar is a big fan of like Bound for Glory.
That was sarcasm, Lexar.
You like Bound for Glory though. You have some taste.
Yep.
I don't think he understood the question.
Here is a story. Bound for Glory. I mean, that's a good tune.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The final cage down. Piss in your face.
You originally claimed that was made by somebody else.
Yeah, but that was just part of my.
And I always gave you shit for saying you're like stealing the dude's lyrics. Yeah. But it turned out to be you all along.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't that guy, but I did write the lyrics. And I just said, oh, this guy wrote the lyrics, so I thought it'd be funny.
Are you a psychopath?
That's just fun. I think that's just funny. Not so much now, but it was funny at the time. You've never heard "Piss in Your Face," Lexar?
No.
No, that's a tune. That's a good tune.
You just casually bring it up. Like, you never heard "Piss in Your Face," Lexar?
I could probably play it on the show if you guys want. And I think we could do this where we watch the video.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you want to try it? Let's try this out.
Yeah,
Just talk amongst Lexar here for a minute. I'm going to see if we can figure this out. I got to find the song first.
Mm-hmm. So anything else happened on the horror show, Lexar, that was phenomenal?
Let's see. You had a women's championship match between Asuka and Sasha Banks. Yeah, Bailey, the referee got sprayed and missed by Asuka, which is for Sasha Banks. Then Bailey took the referee's shirt, and after Sasha hit Asuka with the championship belt,
Bailey did that.
Yeah, Bailey made a count.
All
right. Okay. So you didn't watch Slammiversary, right?
Cluster. I did not watch Slammiversary. I know.
What did you do? What were you doing?
Oh yeah,
I'm bad. I need to watch. I thought maybe I should pick up on Slammiversary and then just keep watching Impact from there.
Heath Slater's on Impact now.
Yeah, I heard he was there.
Who?
Heath Slater.
Oh.
You know who he is.
No,
You're mad because
I thought he said Henry Splinter.
Henry, that's not even a wrestler, is
That's
it?
why I said who. I didn't know what he said.
Oh, okay. Jeez.
All
Henry
right.
Splinter. He might be a wrestler, and somebody will tell us about it. He wrestled back in the days of Abe Lincoln. You got it ready, or?
Yeah, I just got to figure out how you do this.
Oh. No, I did not watch Slammiversary, Lexar. I wish I did, but anything crazy happened at Slammiversary?
No, I didn't watch it either, but...
here we go.
Oh, there it is. Piss in your face. Let's see.
Lexar wants
One
to
second.
see.
Here we go, guys. You excited?
Oh, yeah. Press the play button. Let's go.
All right, here we go.
Piss in your face, piss in your face. Piss in your face, piss in your face. Piss You're such a disgrace. Disgrace to your race. Piss in your face. Piss in your face. Piss, 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 piss in your face. Get used to the taste. Your life is a waste. Piss in your face. Piss in your face. Piss, 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 piss in your face. You're leaving a trace to our chase. Piss in your face, piss in your face, piss, 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 piss in your face. It's such a disgrace, disgrace to your race. Piss in your face, piss in your face, piss, 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 piss in your face. Get used to the taste. Your life is a waste. You're such a disgrace, disgrace to your race. Piss in your face, 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 piss in your face.
New York State Chief Judge Janet DeFeo today.
I'm not here on it.
Musical genius.
Lexar loved it.
It sounded like one of those like heavy metal videos that will air on MTV during like 3 a.m.
Exactly.
Saturday night.
So you're saying it was fucking great?
120
it
minutes,
looks very
baby.
retro. It looks very retro looking, like around 1999-ish or 2000.
Mm-hmm. Exactly when I made it.
Mm-hmm. It was a labor of love.
Mm-hmm. That was filmed right in this very basement, actually, like right about here. Till I fixed it up.
Do you still have that costume?
That's just me. It's not really a costume.
Well, he doesn't have the hat anymore. That was the original Uncle Slam hat, wasn't it?
Oh, I found it since I took a picture.
Oh, really? Okay.
I do have that original hat, and I also think I wore a Bruins Santa hat at some point in there, and I have like a pickaxe. Which
I noticed the pickaxe.
That was pretty cool. I think when we do that, you could see like us up at the top of it. So we could conceivably do videos and do like live commentary over them, and you see like us up at the top. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be like Beavis and Butthead, like commentating on videos.
Exactly. You could watch like Jive Soul Bro and all the classics. We probably couldn't put that on YouTube though. It might get like shut off.
Yeah, more than likely.
Yeah. Someday this will be a video display in the In Your Head Museum. All right, interesting.
Who said that?
Here's the story if you really want to hear it. She wanted to do the Hoobadaha while played to the song while I played DJ Curly.
Or did she want you to lip sing it?
No,
or like,
I don't know about
sing
that. But she wanted me to actually just play it in the background.
Cool.
That felt very. I mean, I don't want to listen to myself. Like I come on here and pretend like I, like would be excited about hearing about. But it's not like I really want to hear myself while I'm, engaged in sexual. You know what I'm saying? Would you listen to your? Would you turn on In Your Head in the background while like you were getting while you're either would that turn you on?
A wrestling radio show?
Your own voice. Okay, would you record yourself singing whatever you listen to, Ray Charles or something, and play that in the background? Would your own voice turn you on? That's what I'm saying.
No.
That's what I'm trying to say. No, this seems strange.
So you're calling her strange then?
Well, I'm not with her anymore. But yeah, so I guess not for that reason.
Not for that reason?
No.
And what was the other reason? Vic wants to know. I can.
Oh,
see
he
it.
does.
He does. He's trying to be polite.
Vic's a good man here.
I'm just kind of curious why that song and not something like Bound for Glory. I would think
I
Bound
don't
for
think she's
Glory.
ever heard Bound for Glory.
Maybe you should
that
play
was the
it.
problem. I should have played Bound for Glory for her.
She said, "The hell is piss in your face? It's all about Bound for Glory."
It wasn't piss in your face. It was DJ Curly Bear, give me that fat ass.
Oh, DJ Curly Bear, yeah.
If it was piss in your face, that would be really down territory. I don't want to go now. All right, Richard. So what else happened on this Hell House or whatever the fuck was?
Well, actually, the wrestling, if you just look at the wrestling, it was actually very good.
Fine. I don't know about that, but it was fine.
Yeah, KO versus Buddy Murphy. That was pretty good.
I honestly didn't see
The
it. I missed a lot of the show because I forgot it was happening.
Oh, so the tables match had a great finish because they had Kofi Kingston go through not one, but two tables.
Is a table match
actually went through?
Is a table match fun at all with no like actual crowd? It doesn't seem like that would be interesting.
It was, I guess the stipulation was, again, a lot of these stipulations weren't necessary, but visually, Kofi Kingston going through two stacked tables and working, and actually two tables breaking, did look fantastic. I mean, Cesaro and Nakamura are the new tag team champions on SmackDown, I guess. That was an entertaining match. I thought the match of the night was Asuka versus Sasha Banks until the finish. The finish ruined it. In the history of dumb finishes, I mean, that's right up there.
It's been done before, though. So
my memory doesn't. I can't remember the last time somebody just decided to, put on a referee shirt during a match, make themselves the ref, and have the 3 count and have the whole thing count. And what Stephanie McMahon did the following night, she just said they're going to have a rematch, but she didn't have reverse the decision, give the belt back to Asuka. She wasn't even there, probably. She probably just phoned that in from Connecticut. Who knows? But the match itself was great. I thought it was match of the night, and it's just a shame they had to come up with some idiotic ending. And if that was a Vince McMahon idea, apparently. I was about to bury Bruce Pritchard, but that one was good. I mean, even the other one, Bayley defeating Nikki Cross, wasn't bad. It was halfway decent. Drew McIntyre beat Dolph Ziggler. Thank God.
Yeah. I'd figured he would beat Dolph Ziggler because I don't think WWE's thinking much of him anymore.
Oh yeah,
that was really a match that who could care about. It's like this guy they push every couple years versus a guy that's like their new, the It Man.
Their new Roman Reigns. Which
is, I actually think that's a good choice. I think it was a bad time to go with. I mean, I hate to say this, but I mean, it's like how can you really do anything now? Like anything important with no crowd there? It's just. When did they start doing the thing where they bang on the plexiglass? I really don't like that.
It's been a thing for a while. They once they introduced the plexiglass, I think they started doing that.
See, I never watched the television.
Kind of reminds me of like the Ring of Honor thing where they would smack the sign.
Yeah. I don't
that's actually an improvement over silence. Before they started to do that, I thought, oh, that was terrible. Just performing in a silent arena. awful.
Oh yeah,
At least
I can watch
they
it, but I still
some
can't, I honestly can't watch this stuff either.
Yeah, well, I guess performing at least, like I said, at least you got some kind of reaction, even if they're told to react a certain way, probably.
Oh,
At least it's something.
I agree that. I agree with that. I don't know. I can't get into it, and I definitely can't get into that swamp ass match. I mean, good lord. That wasn't even a match. It wasn't even a fight
No, it
scene.
wasn't a
It was
match.
it was just this weird dialogue with a guy in a chair.
Well,
Did they
neither
ever fight?
was.
I saw him fighting just some big guy. I was like, "Who's this new guy?" I thought it was some new guy. He's got like a shovel, and then he just throws him in like a bonfire, and he's on fire. And that's the last time we see him. So I was like, I guess he's just some random stunt man. I don't know.
Yeah, they fight at the end. They fight at the end before they both go in the water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So who won?
Oh,
Was
Bray.
there a winner?
I'm assuming
No.
Bray Wyatt.
The
Like,
Fiend.
The Fiend.
Because it was the Fiend at the end who drug him in the water.
Ah. So he transformed into the Fiend at the end.
Yeah, he did.
Was kind of Friday 13th-ish, I guess.
Mhm.
How many stars would you give this?
Oh, negative 100.
Negative 100.
Could you,
Bad,
if you never watched wrestling before and then you started watching this, what would you think?
Just shoot me.
It honestly feels like stuff I used to watch on local access, whereas like it was local like kids, like teenagers, and they'd go and make movies in the woods, and like it was awful, but it was like local kids, so I'd laugh. But I don't want to see like grown people doing this and like an actual.
How long would you watch the kids in the woods making the movies?
I mean, it was like 15 minutes a week. It's not like I sat there for hours or something.
Like you made you some popcorn.
What was it called? Something Madness. Video Madness? It wasn't video. Something Madness it was called. And Troy and I would watch it. It came on our local sandwich access channel. This would have been in the 90s, so it was before internet. And internet might have been. It was before we had the internet. And God, what was it called? Fantasy.
Can I play with
Fantasy Madness? What?
Can I play with madness?
That would be cool. It was Fantasy Madness, and it was these local kids. A couple of them I went to high school with, and a couple might have been in their 20s, but the other ones were in their late teens. And they
would you troll them whenever you watched their videos? Would you come and like write songs about them, about how terrible their movies was?
I had already graduated at this point, but I had gone to school with them previously.
I mean, you could have just showed up just for that. You could have just. I did see.
This is mean, but we used to call the one kid the ugly kid because he was really ugly. Because we couldn't remember any of their names, and Troy would just refer to the one kid as the ugly kid, and the other kid was one of the other kids was like the ugly kid's brother, and that's what we call him. And I did see him at the time it was Angelo's or grocery store, and I did want to go up and say, "Hey, I watched Fantasy Madness," but I didn't. I think he used to cut meat there for a little while. He's like one of the butchers.
Maybe he's still there.
No, I haven't seen him in a long time.
Oh.
Fantasy Madness. And then they would do specials every now and then where they do a call-in show. So they had like a studio. I think it was at the local access studio. With a fake plant, just like you always want to do intern. They had like, they had like a desk. And they would keep telling you, oh, call in and we'll answer. And no one would ever call in. So I'd just sit there and laugh.
Yeah.
But it's not very nice. You shouldn't bully people. But this is what this reminds me of. These kind of matches. Just these goofballs running around in the woods trying to make sense. They mostly do horror ones, but then they would do some like fantasy stuff where they're trying to sword fight and stuff, like they're like wizards and warriors.
That sounds pretty badass.
It wasn't, but it was funny. I would rather watch Fantasy Madness than this stuff, though. I don't want to watch Swamp Ass. My God, I literally just shut it off. I wasn't like out of disgust. Not like where Jim Cornette blows up and says he's never going to watch it again and then watches it the next week. I was watching it and I just
he realizes that people want to hear him talk about wrestling, so he has to watch it again.
Right.
So
yeah, I'm watching it and I was just like, I just don't care. Why am I watching this? I'd rather just go do something else. I just shut off. I never even think anymore tuning in Raw or SmackDown. It's weird because I went for my whole life, like, I would never want to miss any wrestling that was on. Watch everything that was on. I'd make sure to record, Raw if I was going to be home. And I'd be, like, upset if, like, I missed Raw and it didn't record for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Now it's like, this is the first time I can remember since I was a little kid where it's like I actively don't watch most of the wrestling that's on.
That is one thing that has improved, like the DVR technology, and just like, because remember VCRs back in the day? Those are awful.
Yeah,
like you would just
to try to set it up. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. You would just have to hope and pray that it actually record.
Right.
Like sometimes it just wouldn't record at all for no reason whatsoever. You're like, why aren't you recording VCR? VCR he didn't care. He doesn't care that he didn't record your show. He works when he feels like it.
Is this true? Apollo Crews and Baby Doll have COVID? Baby Doll, Nicola Roberts?
I don't know. Maybe.
Tyler's maybe so. We're ripping on VHS. Look, I'm very happy that Tyler sent this VHS tape to me. I love it. Roddy Piper's greatest hits.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
Well, VHS is nice when it's like pre-recorded,
Yeah, well, okay, that's very nice. I love the box. I love the art. It brings back memories. I have fond memories of going to the video store. I have other ones over here. I have the Creep Show. I've got It's Alive, Salem's Lot. I love the covers. And I love the memories of going to the video store. I don't think VHS tapes are good quality. I know that's some people think that's blasphemy and like it's cool now, it's romantic. And I get being in love with like the idea and bringing you back to the time when you used to go to the video store and you see them on the shelves. But the actual quality is not good. It's not a good way to watch it.
Well, I'll say this. If you put it on an old school TV, it doesn't look as bad. But if you put it on new school TV, it's not like great, but like it's passable.
It's not as horrible, but it's still not a good quality. It's not. Would you rather watch a movie that way or watch a digital copy?
Yeah. Probably a digital copy because you ain't got to rewind it afterwards.
No, just probably. It's better. I mean, like, why? Are you going to tell me you think VHS is good quality?
No, I'm saying if you watch it on an old school TV,
I get that it's not as awful, but it's still not good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think it's a great like medium, for nowadays. I mean, I don't see why anybody would really want to go back on
That's what I'm saying. But you're being very argumentative, just like you were trying to accuse me of earlier. You just want to disagree.
No, I'm saying because if you have an old school TV and you put a VHS,
it doesn't mean that it's good. It just means it's not as awful looking, but still bad.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's great. I'm saying it just looks better on that display if you play it.
It looks less bad.
Hmm. How's that being argumentative, though? I don't understand.
Because you were, it was. Trust me, everyone watching understands. Older horror
really
movies
gets
are better.
Upset about the Arby's logo, doesn't he?
I can't. I mean, you're so worried about it that you got like I need a ball in front of me instead of a penis.
But you're like a bishop from a chess game. It looks like a penis.
No, it does. It's a much more cylindrical.
It kind of has the same slash in it and everything. Normally they have like that crooked kind of slash in it, like the Arby's symbol.
How many penises have you seen that look like that?
Like an artist rendition or something, like a caricature, right?
But there's a reason why waxing the bishop is a term used as a euphemism for masturbation.
Mm-hmm. And there's a reason there's web forums dedicated to people thinking the Arby's symbol looks like a penis.
Yeah, but you could go online and find people dedicated to thinking, Bill Gates is trying to kill us all.
That's true. Oh, well.
Let's see. But yeah, waxing the bishop. I don't know why I brought that up. But anyway, yeah, wrestling. The Hell House in the swamp. What a bunch of shit. I will say that the matches were for good. I mean, if that would have just been a straight up match without the eye stuff, it would have been good.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Even if he stuck, not the eye popping, but even if he just smashed his eye on there in the corner of the step and like he's hurt and he pins him, or or he gives up or something. But it's very weird.
Like an I quit match instead of an eye for an eye match.
Go back to I think the greatest finish of all time, the I quit match in a cage, Magnum TA versus Tully Blanchard.
Yeah, actually, I was thinking about that during that match, like the I Quit match, because I think was it Mysterio snapped off a kendo stick and then tried to use it on Rollins,
right?
And I thought that reminded me. Then I thought back to Magnum TA and Tully Blanchard. It's like, why not just have an I Quit match where he uses that. But
why would Seth Rollins puke afterwards if he was the one who did it? Like, if he ripped a man's eye out, wouldn't he have to be like so gun ho that he would rip a guy's eye out? I mean,
once he saw the aftermath of his work, he's like, "Oh shit, I'm fucking."
He regretted it.
Like when you shoot somebody at your when you shoot a man,
I've never shot nobody.
Do you like and you start firing, or what do you like? Oh shit.
I've never shot anybody. I don't know.
Well, when you used to
you'll have to come down and we'll find out.
When you used to battle and fight and you like pummeled a man, did you stand there when you looked down and saw their bloodied face and their nose is like moved over here and their eyes over here and all their teeth are down? Did you stand there
like a caveman? Yeah.
Or were you like
kind of like that scene where King Kong, once he ripped the freaking dinosaur's face apart, and he's just standing there and he pushes it around, and then he bangs his chest.
Yeah,
that's kind of how it is. Yeah,
it felt like destroying something beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
An I Quit match, EYE, as Jonathan Jackson says. Very good. Wink, wink.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Don't forget, guys, zoom in and wish Lexar a happy birthday here. Vic Schiavone, what are some of your fondest memories of Lexar?
Fondest memories of Lexar. I don't know. Every time he's on, he brings a smile to my face. So
I agree.
I can't pick out just one particular moment. I just know that it's going to be good whenever he's on.
I agree.
Good answer.
So happy birthday, Lexar.
Thank you, Vic.
And many more.
Yes.
Steven, do you have a favorite Lexar moment?
Any Lexar stories involving Lexaring and strip clubs?
Oh yes. Love the strip clubs.
So
I missed them.
Are you going to show us any Lexaring techniques here on the video?
I don't know if I could do that on YouTube. Well, I'm not sure. You want me to demonstrate it on camera?
Let's see it.
Okay, so
it's your birthday.
Okay, so if you're like in a standing position, right? You got a girl in front of you. So and like she's like here, like here, and you just like rubbing your crotch.
No. What's going on
Too
here?
close, Lexar.
Oh, what's going on here?
Oh, Jackie Jones wanted me to do it, so.
So with that was it. Was there any more? I've got a little bit of notes here.
Oh no, I want to like see like well, if I demonstrate on video, it'll probably get taken down. But you know, it's just like rubbing your penis, you know, to a girl's crotch. If a stripper does it, she'll like sit on your crotch and like, rub her ass all over, up and down, you know, smack her ass and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I got it. So up and down, smack her ass.
Yep.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I think we got it. Test these notes out, Intro. How about Intro? You got a little more room. You got a little more room there in your place. You think you could try to give us a little Lexar demonstration?
I'm not Lexar. I mean, why come to me for a Lexar demonstration when you have the man himself?
That's true. I guess you got a point, Intro.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's like a test. Like we're here, we're studying. Do you think like you could take like the Lexar quiz?
No. I'll pass on that. I don't think I think I might just throw my hip out and my dancing days would be over
You are getting
forever.
old.
Yeah.
Tyler says Intra's getting hot.
As in just hot? Or
I thought you meant
I don't
like,
know.
I don't know. I'm not sure either.
As in angry?
No, I think like
As-
you're getting turned on.
Oh, no. No.
It's getting hot in here. So Intra takes off all his clothes.
Wishful thinking, I suppose.
We got Mikey on the line. Missed. What the hell's that?
How's it going, everybody?
It's going pretty good.
I heard these foul, these profane, these sexual comments. I was so offended I had to join the conversation to find out all the excitement.
Oh,
Have you ever talked to Mr. Lexar here before?
I don't think so. I'm fully plugged in, ready for action.
All right.
you can't do anything with that, Jack, can you? his head's smoking right at this moment.
Now, is this a wrestling discussion or is this a potpourri of
Well,
madness?
I'm just kind of sitting in because I haven't watched any wrestling this week, so I'm kind of bad.
What did you
host.
think of? What did you think of the horror show?
Here's my solution, Neil, and it's really not sarcastic. It's just honest. The best way to watch WWE these days is to, watch it on a computer or a television and have another computer or another television doing something else simultaneously. And I'm not being sarcastic. That's exactly what I did. I was working on my YouTube page. I was clicking and doing emails and Twitter fucking and all the other things that one would do on a Chromebook while the wrestling show was on my nice 17-inch
like
laptop.
Background noise is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's background fodder. And what caught my attention the most was Sasha Banks and Asuka, probably the best two women or two of the top 10 women, top 5 going right now. And I thought they had a really good match. And I kind of like the Bailey Sasha thing right now. I find that to be entertaining. I find them to be two women that have put their time in. They were kind of the under half of that women's 4 horsemen group from NXT of Becky and Charlotte. And now that, Becky's with baby and Charlotte's doing her thing with her body, sculpting or whatever you want to call it. Now that Sasha and Bailey they get the full spotlight to themselves. So
I'm a fan of
far as
both of them too, and Asuka. I think they're all very talented. And, and I like the pairing, and I'm glad they've got all the belts. I'm into it. I like that
It's
too.
fun.
I thought I just can't get it. I can't get into theatrical matches, the cinematic matches. They're just not for me.
I think my buddy used the term "jump the shark," which is the old Happy Days reference with Fonzie literally jumping the shark, and I think the swamp, they kind of jumped the alligator. I mean, it just,
Yeah, I haven't really
it's just
liked
one of
it.
those things.
The only one, like, I really even like it either, but at least like the Undertaker AJ one, like, I would say
Sure.
was the most entertaining of them all. I really hated the Cena Bray Wyatt one on the WrestleMania. It's not even like the other one. At least it was like an action scene out of a movie. Like they were actually fighting. But these things
Sure.
are not even fighting. It's just like this weird like clip out of a movie. But it doesn't fit. Like, so you're watching wrestling, and wrestling is basically like a fake sport. We'll say it's
Sure.
all fake, whatever. And so then in that same program, they have this weird movie where like the guy's sitting in a rocket chair and he's just standing there talking to him. It wasn't even like they were fighting. And you've got a score. And like you can see in people's minds, and it doesn't fit to me. I can't. I didn't even finish watching.
I guess
it.
sure. You're talking about the I call it "This Is Your Cena." This is your life, John Cena,
the Cena
or a
one.
Christmas Cena. I guess my take is trying to be forgiving at the time. Look, and nobody crucifies WWE creative as much as I do, but trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. That was the first month of no fans. That was a pre-taped WrestleMania. I think because they knew that they had this giant, stadium in Florida booked and they couldn't do it, that they just had to flip the switch or flip the script, so to speak. And so when you can't do what you want to do, you have to do something totally different. And I just feel that both of the Boneyard match and the John Cena, This Is Your Cena with Bray, were them trying to be creative and different. And I think that you got to say that they at least were creative and different. You whether you liked them or not, those matches.
Yeah, but they're not.
They were different.
They're not something.
I hear you.
Watch.
Hey, look, I grew up on Ronnie Garvin versus Tully Blanchard in a tape fist match, so I'm not exactly looking for alligators and swamps either. But
is
just
the
trying
fan
to be
behind
forgiving.
You kind of like an ode to WrestleMania, where they just had the big fan?
Yeah, those are the fan.
Yeah.
That way, at least they had one fan in the attendance. But
true.
I hear there's Rocky for you. My deal was just like I said, trying to give them a little bit of slack in that they can't do your traditional 20,000 seat arena show. Not that they were selling those out anyway, but if you can't do what you normally do, and if you try, it's going to fail by comparison to 6 months ago or 10 years ago, then they have to do something totally different. And the cinematic John Cena, Bray Wyatt, I'd also throw in the mix, and I could be wrong, but if John Cena's got these Hollywood bookings, they don't necessarily want him bumping. They don't want him risking what happened to The Rock when The Rock tore his chest muscle at Cena at one of those WrestleMania matches, the second one. So if Cena's got all these Hollywood contracts, my point is that type of art house movie match that he had with Bray Wyatt at WrestleMania, maybe that's part of the deal with these Hollywood producers. They don't want him taking bumps. They don't want him getting thrown off tables. They don't want him, I don't know. I'm not privy to his contract, but I like This Is Your Cena. I dug all the allusions to the NWO. I dug all the inside jokes. But I think that they kind of jumped the Money in the Bank ladder match at Titan Tower. That was like trying to be too comedic for me. I thought that was Bruce Pritchard's attempt at Cannonball Run, or it was his attempt at an '80s chase movie like Cannonball Run.
It wasn't even funny. Like if it
no, it wasn't.
And if they were gonna, which I know it's hard to do with COVID, but if you were gonna have a couple cameos, like if you did if Titan Towers was just full of old wrestlers like everywhere in every room, that would have been kind of funny. But if you only have like 3, it was just kind of stupid. But like if you'd open a room and like Damien Demento's there with like Mantar playing like checkers or something.
That would have been good.
If they just presented the Titan Towers as just all like every wrestler that's ever been through WWE, that might have made me laugh. It still wouldn't be like something I want to watch, but even the comedy itself was just bad. It was just bad all around. And this one,
I would agree with that. I would agree that the Money in the Bank was pretty disappointing, and
that
but
tag team match was really bad too. The one on the last one.
Like 2 nights ago, you mean?
No, it was the.
Oh God, the two tag teams, the Street Profits and the Viking Raiders against the Ninja guys. Yeah, that was pretty bad. That was.
I will maintain it made me laugh.
All right.
It wasn't a match, but I enjoyed it for whatever it was.
That's the thing about comedy. Like, comedy is like music, that everybody's got different tastes, and it's very easy to not agree. Like, if you go into a gym and you hear music, how many people like the music and how many people are annoyed by it? You know what I mean? So it's one of those deals. I mean, I started going to an LA Fitness, and I noticed that they don't have any music playing. And I thought, okay, maybe that's the solution. Like, because when I was going to this Planet Fitness, they had very poppy music, because the poppy music is a sponsored thing. Like, those musicians are paying for their music to be played in Planet Fitness or vice versa, because there's commercials and stuff. You know what I mean? But LA Fitness doesn't do that. So music is very particular. Comedy, food is very particular. You know what I mean? Do you like your food spicy? Do you like it mild? You know, people never agree on stuff like that.
I hear
Andrew
you.
likes it covered in A1 sauce.
I like it mild, and Jack likes saying I eat like a child whenever I do it that way. He's like, you eat like a child. And then he denies it for the rest of his
It
days.
didn't happen. But I mean, in my defense, you do eat like a child, but I never said that to you. So.
See, he believes it, but he doesn't ever want to.
But
confess
the
that
thing is, when you say what we did it, well, first of all, you're like, and we pointed and belly, and like the story never happened. And you were also eating a steak, so it literally makes no sense.
No. It was the other night where
in your original story, it was the steak.
There was a misunderstanding.
And then you changed
There's a disconnect somewhere, but that's not. I've always maintained that it wasn't that night.
No, in the original story, you said it was the first night when we ate the steak.
It was a misunderstanding, or something happened. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't ever recall.
Your dream changed
first
over
night.
time. Your delusion.
No, I think you just try to play that card. So it makes.
I mean, literally everyone there says it also.
But that was not what I was thinking in my head when I said it. It was a misunderstanding or something. I don't know.
But I mean, you've also claimed that we had a guy on that died like 10 years before we started the show. That clearly didn't happen.
No, that didn't happen. No.
Yokozuna wrestling in Saudi Arabia in the Greatest Royal Rumble. That type of thing.
Did that not happen?
That did
I've got the
happen.
videotape.
You think happened?
I've seen it.
I think
happened.
in your mind you believe these things happen. I'm just saying, I think you either conjure them up, and then you dream. You either dreamt them, or you.
And
think about
I believe
it so much
that you just
into reality for you.
That's a good little web you're weaving there, Jack.
Well, also everyone else
on
there
this
also
occasion
knows it didn't happen.
I remember.
So
it did happen.
So the rest of us.
Beckson backed me up on it.
Yeah, but he wasn't even there that night.
You two were drunk. You were drunk. You were drinking these Kool-Aid drinks, and you didn't have a very good.
It didn't happen either night. It makes no sense because the first night you had a steak. Then the second night, the second day even makes less sense because we all had chicken wings. So why would we say you eat like a child when we're all eating the same thing? The story makes no sense.
It was a story that was brought up, and then you said out of nowhere that Incher eats like a child, and everybody laughed. Yeah.
No.
Gosh, you're getting me hungry over here. Jeez.
Yeah. And then there was
You
another
like the
one,
chicken
like
wings?
you said, I yelled,
all of it sounds pretty good now.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not trying to be. I really think in your mind you think these things happen, but they didn't. I'm not saying.
I think you like painting the picture that I'm crazy, But then you don't listen to what I say whenever I try to explain myself.
Well, I listen. I just know
That's
it's
what
not
I think
true.
you like
I
to
just
do.
know it didn't happen.
It did happen. You were drinking large cups of some sort of Kool-Aid alcoholic beverage. You and President Clinton. It
And
started
Troy.
raining
Troy
that
was
day,
also there.
so they had to shut the shutters to the
Yeah, but
outdoor portion.
when you said this, because
I was calling for the cab and trying to hurry up.
Young Al Old found the original story for me,
Mhm.
so I listened to it. And when you first tell the story, it's the first night when you had the steak.
In my mind, it always was the second night, the second time we came back with President Clinton and everybody else.
Right. Which
If
wasn't
I
a
said
night,
it that way, there was a misunderstanding at the time. I didn't know what. You talk over me a lot. I mean, that's
I'm letting
just
you
a
talk.
fact.
It just didn't happen.
And I might have been answering like it was the second night, and you were saying something, and it might have got off into another direction. I don't know what happened there. It was a misunderstanding.
It didn't happen, but
it did. It did happen.
No,
100%.
it didn't happen. I never yelled "fuck the kids." We didn't get a guy on that was dead.
Oh,
for
that
years.
one, yeah, that one, yeah, that happened when you're also drinking a lot of alcoholic beverages.
Again,
And,
everyone there. Says
it happened while we were at the air hockey table, and you did
Didn't
say
happen.
something of the effect. I said, "There's kids around here, Jack. You might want to kind of watch your language." And you said something derogatory about the kids. So I don't know. There's a young boy, and his father came in to play some of the arcade games. We were in a public setting, and you did say
Right.
something to that effect.
No, I mean they wouldn't have. They said something. They'd be like, "What? Why is this guy yelling fuck the kids?"
No, I was just trying to, make you mind a little bit that you might want to watch your language when kids are around. That's all.
Didn't happen.
Damn.
Anything unfavorable about you, it just never happens.
No, but it didn't happen.
Yes,
I mean,
that's
other
how it
people were
is. And
there, and they
you
all
just
said
totally
it-
deny it,
They all said
and
it
then
didn't
you're like,
happen either.
"Oh, it never happened."
I mean, it's a funny story. If I was somewhere and I just yelled "fuck the kids," I would probably admit to it. 'Cause it's funny, but it didn't happen.
We left shortly after that, and you were flying down the hallway with your arms stretched out. That happened too, Jack.
I know. I remember because that happened. I remember things that actually happened, not things that didn't exist. I don't even swear very much. I just was swearing to
You
tell
forgot
the story.
about it or something.
No, it didn't happen. I mean, Jason was there. He says it didn't happen.
Well, he's isn't he like vowed to be your young boy, and he does everything that you ask him to do? I mean, is he going to be the person who tells 100% of the truth?
So now you're saying Jason's a liar. Everyone's just trying to paint you to be crazy.
I mean, wasn't he drinking too? I mean, he might have forgot as
Just
well.
because someone drinks don't mean they black out and don't remember everything.
I think if you look up alcohol, you don't exactly remember everything throughout the night.
I remember yelling "fuck
partake
the kids"
in such things
with kids there and their parents. When their parents said something, no parents said anything. Just like, oh, whatever.
I mean, it really wasn't even that big of a deal. I've been to game nights and stuff, and you do want to kind of watch your language when young children are around. That's the only reason I even said anything.
I only said it because you tell a story, but I hardly ever swear.
Oh, so now you say that you did say it.
No, that's not what I said at all. I said I only said here on the show, fuck the kids, because I was telling the story that you said it.
No, you just said that you said it. So that's just how it is now.
Now we see how dishonest Incher is. All right. We got the song man on the line.
Well, that's how you do me on the eat like a child thing.
Well,
You're just
happen.
like, oh, if you slip
I'm
up
not
in
gonna
your
say it
words or
happened if it didn't
something, then that's just gospel. That's how it's always going to be.
Well,
that's how you're
it's
saying.
true.
No, did you get a good response for your? It seemed like a good response for the horror online festival.
It went very well, and we're doing another one in October. Yeah, it was very fun for people to check that out. Severed Limbs Film Festival Part 2. We did the first one a few months ago, so we're gonna do one every every 3 months for the different seasons. And our second one was this summer, was this Saturday, and it was excellent. And Mikey Messier's film Disregard the Vampire closed out the night, and it did get a good response. And it's even gotten, because we have a ballot up right now for awards, and some people have been writing it in for best documentary.
I really appreciate that. Yeah, that's awesome. No, I got a couple of new subscribers. A couple of people found the doc on my YouTube page and gave a shout out to Severed Limbs. And I don't know if you saw, but I wore the Severed Limbs T-shirt when I did a podcast last weekend.
Yeah, that's very cool. Very good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's a coffee house. Yeah, you're welcome. No, it's a nice shirt. I ordered it, and it fits and everything, which is always good for a shirt. And
it's bad when they.
I thought it was fun. I checked in with the film festival several times. I mean, I watched some of the movies and exchanged some chats and shared the link and all that good crap, and it was a fun time. So
yeah, it's fun because
it's cool.
We can't go to. I'm sure there's a few, but primarily can't go to festivals right now. And it's fun to go, and the big part of the festivals. Of course, you can watch stuff at home, but the interaction is the nice part. Vic was there throughout the night, and it's fun to interact with everybody while you're watching stuff.
Is that a dog with Stephen Butler? Is that an animal, canine of sorts?
No, it's a creature that he owns.
What is he? A cat? A dog? What the hell is that?
Some elusive creature that he has made.
Well, it's a cat.
He constructed it.
Well, it's a dog.
Oh,
he also has a cat. He had it up to it.
Oh, that's a cute dog. Wow, that's great. That's a nice animal.
Mm-hmm.
What's the doggy's name, Stephen Butler?
Lulu.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, looks like a cool pet there.
We got Braun Strowman on the line here, the song man.
Lexar, you can finally ask him the question.
That's a real beard right there. It's a quarantine beard if I ever saw one.
You have no idea how much I've said that.
So what was Lexar's question for Songman? He was going to ask him something.
If his beard was itchy.
Oh,
it was really hard to grow a beard.
Lexar wants to know if your beard is itchy, because that's why he doesn't grow one. He tried to grow one, and
when you start to grow one, like, does it itch?
Yeah, it does.
See. I think I'm probably not gonna grow a beard. Maybe a mustache, because it doesn't itch as much.
Mm-hmm.
Good point.
I think the mustache itches more, personally. That's why I usually don't have it. But maybe you could just put a fake one on. Let's get maybe a fake one. Just I saw this sketch on Jackass the movie where they shaved the pubes out there there you
nuts.
Go. You have a lot of pubes. And then, you can start shaving them, and you can just glue it to your face.
And then they glue the beard to one of the participants. And they tricked him, and they found out it was pube hair. It's get this thing off of me.
Of course, you don't want that.
No.
Have you ever thought of that intro before you shave the head about gluing the pubes on your head?
No, don't have as many as what I used to. I'm an older man now. They don't quite grow like they used to. You don't get the bush down there like you used to. All right, come on, Jack. You're older than me. You know about this.
No, I have a lot of pubes now that you mention it, didn't you? That's nothing to brag about. It's not like people are into that. I'm just saying.
I think he's bragging about it.
That I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, it doesn't quite grow as thick as what it used to.
Does that upset you?
No, not really. I'm actually kind of thankful for that.
Right.
That film fest was good, though.
Yeah, it was good.
It was good to get the topic off of this nonsense.
Pubes just like Songman's beard here. Songman, it's Lexar's birthday.
Happy birthday, buddy.
Happy birthday to you. Hoping Lexar gets yummy cake to chew. And gifts that are new to make you go woo woo woo, because this day is all about you, to do something in your head to make you go yahoo. However, I know 2020 is a year to make us go boo boo boo, but being here on Zoom is all we can do. So happy birthday once again to you.
Thank you.
Well,
And by the way, I already did that. If you just tuned in a little earlier, I did like something weird, crazy, out of the wall stuff, Lexaring air.
Oh.
Jackie Jones, that was for like demonstrating. Jackie Jones wanted me to demonstrate how Lexaring works.
Mm-hmm.
And like I showed him. So
there you
if
go.
anyone knows what's curious what Lexaring means or does,
Yeah.
you just saw it.
What did Songman? What did you think of the Swamp Bass match or whatever, Swamp Thing match or the Gator match, whatever it's called?
Well, who wasn't necessarily even a match, anyways.
That's what
like
I'm saying. He was just sitting there in a chair. He's just talking to him.
I know Vic was gonna get into this because I know Dude should, but I gotta give my hat off to Incha because he was friggin' right about Slammiversary.
I was?
Because this was way, even though I didn't watch it, but I saw a lot of great reviews.
Was this Incha from last week?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little out of it last week. I must
in
have
a way,
been partaking in some
don't you think
alcoholic
Incher was really on his game last week?
I really feel like it.
Really? He brought his age.
And you know, it's actually felt like last month was the greatest match ever for the main event only, and that's what it kind of felt like for a horror show being the main event horror show only, because this wasn't even necessarily an extreme card, to tell you the truth.
That's a good point. It really wasn't.
Yep.
It really wasn't very extreme. There was some
Man
dusty
had his
finishes.
eyeball ripped out.
That's true. Yeah, he'll never see out that eye again. I think they're going to sell that on WWEshop.com.
Ray Mysterio ping pong ball.
Ray Mysterio's eyeball, complete with veins.
Man, that was bad.
And blood.
Did that scare you, Songman, when you saw the eye come out?
I wasn't going to be surprised or scared at all at that. Just because
Steven's got
Dominic would have to make Mama a big call because he lost an eyeball. Oh, Mama, then my daddy one-eyed dick just lost one.
Incher's microphone looks kind of like Rey Mysterio's eyeball. A little bigger.
It's custom made just to look like Rey Mysterio's eyeball.
Yeah. Where'd you get that patch, Steven?
Yeah.
Is that a new one?
Yeah.
Does he have multiple patches? The last one was black, wasn't it? That one was blue.
Is this like
I didn't lose an eyeball. I didn't lose an eyeball, but I did.
If you're going to do a match like this, they should have brought PCO in. Not mention that he has a glass eye. And then in the match, the guy could literally rip his eye out. Rip out his glass eye.
Yeah.
Just say it's his eye. That's like when they brought Zach Gowen in. Like they could have just said he was a two-legged guy and have like a wrestler cut his leg off on the show.
Have any of you guys ever met Zach Gowen in person?
I never met him. We had him on the show, but I've never met him.
Yeah.
Did he? I've met him in person once. When he was on the show, did he tell a self-effacing one-legged guy joke?
I don't really remember. But
That's
I mean,
what
he was cool with jokes about having the one leg.
My point is, when I met him in person, like that was the first thing he did. He kind of opened with like a one-legged man joke about him. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
He said something. I said something. Hey, thanks for coming to this convention. And he said something like, it was a hop, skip, and a jump for me to get here. You know what I mean? Like it was some blatant reference to his own one-leggedness. It was funny. I mean, he obviously did it to get a chuckle out of me, which he did.
Yeah, and it kind of breaks the ice. Then you don't feel awkward about bringing it up or anything.
Right. Did any of you fine folks watch the Slammiversary show, or was that not? I didn't watch it. I'm just curious if anyone. You did?
I haven't watched Impact in years.
Yeah, I hear you.
I was right about it. That's all I know.
Meaning good or bad? Like, what was your prediction?
I can't remember. I was out of it last week. I don't know.
Okay.
Steven, did anyone here watch it? Steven, Vic?
I did watch it because I had heard about these ex-wrestlers from WWE coming on.
And they were saying like World Champ was going to be on. Wasn't it like Eric Young? Which nothing against
Eric
Eric
Young.
Young. I mean, he's fine, but you can't like tease former world champ and it's Eric Young.
But also, didn't Chris
Well, he
Sabin
was.
briefly have
I
the belt
know,
as
but
well?
when you say former world champ, people aren't thinking.
Well,
oh,
Eric
shit,
Young was
undefeated
big
Eric Young.
for them, I guess. I mean, for what standards they're setting now, I mean, that's a big get for him. I mean, who
It
else do they
is.
got? Yeah, who else do they got? Johnny Swinger.
Johnny Swinger.
Johnny Swinger. Yeah. So it's like, what do you do? What do you do when your women's champion just leaves with the belt?
Wasn't she the world's
What do you
champ?
do? She was like the world's champion, and she
I
left
guess
with
you
the
bring in
belt.
Eric Young.
There you
Bring
go.
in Eric Young. You bring in the Motor City Machine Guns. You
The
bring
Motor
in
City Machine Guns.
yeah.
You
Motor
can
City
literally
Machine
just
Guns.
say anything from the past, and I just assume it's real because I haven't watched a show in forever. But
EC3.
Oh, they were in the first match of the
We got a
night.
video.
really,
Yeah.
I knew the
EC3's
one guy
back.
was back in the Ring of Honor for a little while.
Alex Shelley.
Alex Shelley, yeah.
Alex Shelley.
I gotta wonder if this felt bigger a decade later when Hogan brought in all his guys.
So their roster, it's the Motor City Machine Guns, Eric Young, Johnny Swinger, Tommy Dreamer,
Keith Slater,
Heath Slater.
Heath Slater was on there.
Moose.
Isn't the Good Brothers going
And
there?
they're coming. The Good
Yeah.
Brothers are coming to Impact Wrestling.
Okay.
Not really.
I mean, they're getting something of a roster. I mean,
They have people that fill out a roster. I don't know.
well, I mean, you know, they're people that WWE didn't really use. I mean, they might be shone in a different light. Maybe they'll be good.
Yeah, but who watches the show?
Well, I haven't been
Problem.
watching recently. But,
You got all this talent, but nobody's there to watch it. So.
Good point. Well,
well, they're trying to get
Right.
people to want to watch it. You can't blame them for trying. I mean, they gotta try. Or what are they supposed to do?
That's a
Just
good
say
point,
like,
too.
Well, I have to ask
let's
you-
let's
guys
make a
are
show
fun.
nobody wants to watch, and maybe
Well, I think
somebody
they've
will
been doing
watch
that
it.
for a long time.
Well, I think I should ask you
They've
guys. a
tried with some of
question.
the stuff they've done. I mean, you know,
I know. It
they
is
brought Ken
weird, though,
Shamrock in.
that Impact at times have had like a great roster and big name people and homegrown talent that had buzz.
But normally
It's- they just never
they're ran
had,
by
like-
somebody else who doesn't know what they're doing. I mean,
Who runs
like,
it now?
You'll have like Dixie Carter who's throwing out all the money, but she doesn't know how to run a wrestling.
Who's running the show now?
Anthem Sports.
I thought Anthem, but I think
I mean, who's
like
that?
Don Callis is the one running the show. Cyrus.
I mean, I like Cyrus a lot in ECW, but
Mhm.
what track record?
But
which
he
I'm not saying
doesn't
you have
know
to have a track
Dick. Is that
record
what you're
because
saying?
no one has a track record until you actually do something. But like, does he have a
Exactly.
track record of any success, like booking companies or anything?
No, not really. But I've enjoyed the show he's put on, so I think I've tried to get people to watch it, but nobody will. But
Well, what's today?
All kidding aside, I
Was
think it came a point in time where people really did give up on Impact, and sadly,
yeah,
I'm kind of joking here, but sadly, I do think, because I myself is included in this, is I just stopped watching it, and no matter what I hear, the odds of me tuning in again are just very unlikely, because like I watched it for years, I didn't like it, and eventually just stopped watching.
Mhm.
I think like the name is so bad that no one's really going to give it a chance, which that's unfortunate. I'm not, like I said, I was just trying to have fun there, but it's unfortunate. I want all the companies to do well. I mean, it's better for everyone in wrestling if there's a lot of companies.
well, they got bounced around from network to network, and that didn't help.
That's accurate.
Yeah,
But I mean, it's accurate. It's also their own fault because they just weren't very good with keeping their network hosts happy for one reason or another. You know what I mean?
yeah.
What? Let me ask everybody this question. Do you think that we obviously know that the show has gone on with the wrestling groups, but does anyone have an opinion whether or not all of wrestling should have taken a pause during COVID, taken a hiatus, or do you agree that the show should have
I
gone on?
personally
And
think
gone on?
so. I personally think it would have,
Okay.
and then when it came back, it would have been a much bigger deal. But the problem is, like, in a perfect world, you could say that, but like, would their networks been happy if there's just no show? WWE has all this this old content they could have showed.
Right.
AEW doesn't, so they couldn't have really done that. Wouldn't TNT been happy if they just had no programming? Probably not. I don't know. So it's like easy to say it should have, but also understand you have to do something. I personally found the AEW shows to be a lot. They're way better with an audience. I think all wrestling is, but they did a better job, especially at first, having people in the crowd and giving it more of an atmosphere. And then WWE eventually, started to do that themselves.
Right.
But it would. I think it would have been better. But who knows when or if they will be able to have crowds again anyway. So if you did do that, you potentially could have just been off forever, or possibly years before you can actually have crowds. So who knows?
Well, let me ask you guys a question. Who do you think is ahead the game for the old school was? Like right now, you had WCW, you had ECW, and you had the WWF. Like, who's on top of the game back in those days today? Like, you're kind of talking about WCW right now being like AEW, AWE, AWA, and then all of a sudden, no, I'm sorry, AEW. But then what do you think? Who do you think is the poorly one right now? Is it WWE once again at this era?
Like who's doing the worst? Is that what you're saying? Like,
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, who's doing the worst? I guess Impact Wrestling. ROH, maybe? ROH
ROH is really fallen it was never like
a main
a huge level, really,
thing.
but it really has who ever talks about it anymore? It used to have a buzz anyway, but it really I remember even going to it live last year, and I've been to it live before. And like the crowds were always, it was always a packed show, and like it was not even half full. It was really kind of sad how much
it really hurt them when like the Bullet Club.
I think AEW hurt
left
too, because like all the guys with the big following left to another promotion.
Yeah, that was.
And I know you like I know you like the guy, but the guy they put the belt on there, most of the ROH fans were not fans of.
Who's that? Roosh?
Matt Taven.
Oh, Matt Taven. I think I watched him and I enjoyed him after a while. Like, when you first, he kind of grows on you.
It turn off a lot of the fan base, so when they put the belt on.
I don't think he's had the belt though for a while now. I think Jay Lethal had it.
I think that was part of why a lot of people left initially, was when they were running him as champion. But it's also a lot of the other guys left that people were into.
Yeah, I think that was probably the bigger blow, was everybody leaving, like Rhodes and.
Who is the champ now? Ring of Honor? I know PCO was for a while, but I don't know who is currently.
I thought it was Roosh. I'm not sure if I'm correct.
And I've seen him live. Like, he's excellent and everything, but he doesn't. No one really talks about him. I mean, he has a following, but it's not like back in the day when Ring of Honor did have like a lot of buzz behind it.
I think that's who it is. I could be wrong.
Well, here's an article on PW Mania. The article, which I have not read yet, is titled "Why Pro Wrestling Isn't Cool Anymore." Wow. So that's on pwmania.com if anyone cares to look at it.
But it does seem like it. I mean, like, you got like shirts being sold at like the mall and stuff on pro wrestling. Like,
I think it is.
I never figured I would have seen that. Like, like Hot Topic, the Young Bucks has got their deal worked out with them.
Sold a lot at the store, but
it did.
I don't think independent wrestling has ever been so popular.
Yeah. Like, I've seen Bullet Club shirts on people that I never thought I'd see. Yeah. I never thought I'd see somebody like wear Bullet Club shirts out, but
Yeah,
I have
honestly,
seen
there
them
for a
before.
while, I saw more like Bullet Club stuff than I saw like. Really, I never see anyone in WWE shirts. Like I don't see
Well,
anyone like walking around with like a Roman Reigns shirt or anything.
The Macho Man sunglasses T-shirt I've seen a couple of times
Oh
in
yeah,
public.
well that's like classic stuff. I mean, like I never see anyone with modern WWE.
No one's walking around with a Seth Rollins T-shirt or
Rollins shirt,
an Alexa Bliss shirt or something.
I did see.
I'm pretty sure I've seen a Roman Reigns.
Really, I've never seen it. I have seen.
I think I have.
Not so much now, but a couple years ago, I would see New Day stuff occasionally.
Yeah. I think I was at Subway. It was during COVID because I had my mask on. I think a girl had a Roman Reigns shirt.
Really?
So.
He was probably a rat. A rat.
No, she had a boyfriend with her.
Oh, you should.
Maybe he was a male rat.
You could ask
who held her purse. He held her purse while she serviced the wrestlers.
These poor Subway patrons. Now they're being shamed here on In Your Head.
Is this being recorded?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know. I thought this was a private phone call. Is this actually a show? Are we on the air? Oh, I just thought this was people fucking around. I really didn't. I really didn't think this was being recorded for posterity. I would have sat up. I just thought this was people talking about.
Was there any highlights from Slammiversary for you, Steven?
Holy fuck!
Like I said, I did want to see what Slater, or I guess he's just Heath now. Heath, no last name. What he was going to do. He just came out, cut a promo, did a backstage segment with Rhino. I did like the women's match. Deonna Purrazzo winning the women's title.
Okay.
But what?
Who?
So I thought it was disappointing. They didn't have a
Dina Purrazzo.
They have no world champion.
I have no idea how to explain who she is.
Yeah,
that's just her.
They have no world champion.
Is she from NXT?
Yes.
I think I saw her at NXT. I went to probably one of the last house shows of wrestling in the country, February 29th, 2020. NXT came to Jacksonville, Florida, and did a house show.
So and she's the NXT girl.
Well, I think she was on that show. I took a bunch of pictures, so I think she was on the show.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, I saw her last. Yeah, I've met her a couple of times. She's a great talent, and everyone may remember from the Mae Young Classic also before she got put on the
Okay. So she's the Impact Women's Champion at the moment.
Yeah, so she came in hot. She came in and won the title right away. So what the hell? She must be very talented.
First came into Impact, and she was like doing a thing with I think it was the Killer Queen girl. What's her name? Josh Matthews' wife.
She's the Madison Rayne.
Madison Rayne, yeah. I think she was doing something with her or something at the time.
Madison was part of the Beautiful People. She was kind of like the Buddy Roberts of the Beautiful People. She was the third member. Then they added Lacey Evans, who I guess would be the Jimmy Garvin of the Beautiful People. But I don't know. I guess for me, to be honest with you, Impact Wrestling has done so many things that every time they get a little bit of momentum, whether it's with Scarlett Bordeaux, they had a little momentum with Cody Rhodes and his wife Brandy. They were there for a cup of coffee. They had Mike Bennett and Maria Kanellis for a cup of coffee. Every time they have these top people, Alberto Patron was there, but he really had his own addictions or problems. But my point is they always seem to focus too much on one or two people, give them the big belt, give them the big run, and then that one or two person leaves either with the championship or right after they lose it. And then they have to start from scratch again.
Well, this last one with Tessa Blanchard was pretty bad because, like, she didn't even drop the title. Like, most of the people, they always drop the title at least. But she didn't.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I don't know if you guys want to debate or have debated, intergender wrestling, but to me, I think
not
there is a
a fan.
place for it when it's done well. But when you have a woman who's 5'2" and 125 pounds, meaning Tessa, beating a guy who's 285 and super jacked like Brian Cage in order to get a title shot, to me, that's just throwing any sense of reality, any sense of respect for common sense out the window in order to accommodate this young lady. And obviously that blew up in their faces.
I'm not a fan of intergender wrestling. It's kind of weird to watch to me because it's like either you're seeing a guy beating up a woman, or you're seeing, like you said, like you're seeing this very small woman beat up the guy, and it doesn't seem very realistic. So I think it's kind of lose-lose. I don't really see like win in this. If the guy wins, it's like, oh, cool, he beat up a woman. If the woman wins, it really kind of hurts the guys in promotion.
I really think they should probably stay away from it, but I will say that I thought the matches with Sami Callihan and her were pretty good matches, but I don't think they need to do it, though. I think they could just keep them their own thing, But
I would agree. I mean, I did watch their matches. They had two matches, one before either one was champion and the one that she beat him. And, yeah, they had a good chemistry for what it's worth. They had a really good chemistry. But that doesn't take away from the fact that it emasculates the entire male locker room. And it basically says that whether it's Moose or Tommy Dreamer or whoever else they have in their men's locker room, you're basically saying none of these guys can carry a championship. And so we have to do a novelty routine and give it to this, 5'2", 125-pound woman. And it's not a gender bias. It's just
because people were really into Tessa Blanchard, and so I do think you could do a lot with her. But why not just build the women's division around her and elevate the women's title to maybe that could be your main event title? If she is the hottest, if she's the hottest act in your company, then there's no reason why the women's belt can't just main event your show. If that's literally the most popular person that people want to see, just build the women's belt around her and build your show around the women's belt.
Yeah, I'd agree. They had Taylor Valkyrie, if I'm saying her name right, who she's Taya. Yeah, she's very good. That's Jim Morrison's wife, John Morrison's wife, and she's a very good women's wrestler. So, I would agree that they could have just had Tessa as the women's mainstay and Taya and her going after it. 2 out of 3 falls matches and cage matches and 30-minute woman marathon match, whatever you want to do. But to me, the thing with Slammiversary is they desecrate their own product. They desecrate their own talent roster. And for whatever reason, there's a very small amount of Impact Wrestling fans. I give them credit. They're very loyal, but to me, they're just too forgiving. I don't forgive these promotions when they do bad booking. I make them earn their forgiveness.
All right. Well, we're going to get to our questions here because it's getting late. But I want to thank you for calling in, Mike. It's good to hear from you.
Sure.
Thank you for the movie.
I'm glad to be here.
And I'm going to check out your other stuff. Where can people find your other films and all your things going on YouTube?
Well, I appreciate that, Neil, and thanks for your support. I would request that everybody just go and find Mike Messier YouTube channel. I'm trying to get monetized. I'm trying to make that channel a fun place, a wrestling safe place. My opinions people may not agree with, they might disagree with, but at least they know I care. And there's also original films like Disregard the Vampire and Mike Messier documentary as featured in the Severed Limbs Film Festival. That's on my YouTube page. The Never Was recently winning an acting award and all types of fun things. Messier Mantra, Messier Peace Theater. This is all free entertainment that people can find on the Mike Messier YouTube page. If you can't find it, just go to Mike Messier, MESSIER.com. And the immediate first hyperlink is right to my YouTube page. So I'll let you answer your questions, and I guess I'll duck out of here and let you guys answer your questions. And it was nice meeting everybody, and so on and so forth.
We'll see you soon, Mike.
Take it easy, my man.
And stay
Thanks,
safe
guys.
in Florida.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else, anybody, before we get to the questions?
Yeah, I got my own 20 questions right here.
20 questions?
Well, it's not exactly 20 questions, but it
It's his birthday.
Yes. Not
It's his
exactly
birthday.
20 questions, but it will do. And then it got one for almost every member of the Headyverse, too. One for Songman, one for Stevie from Toronto, Big Skiabone. All right, so I'll try to go as quickly as possible.
No,
Okay, so here
let's
we go.
hear it.
Okay, so which wrestling convention is the best? WrestleMania Access, NWA Fan Fest, WrestleCon, or StarCast?
I'm going to
I've
say
been to a
WrestleCon.
handful of them. My favorite was StarCast.
StarCast? All right,
I'm going with WrestleCon.
WrestleCon.
Have you ever been to
I enjoy
WrestleCon?
WrestleMania Access because
No. I've just heard the name, and I'm just going to say WrestleCon.
So much dishonesty.
yeah, WrestleMania Access is fun.
Well, prove me wrong. Send me tickets to your wrestling convention.
All right. You gotta send us both so we can debate it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, what's the next one there, Lexar? It's your birthday, so you can ask them all.
Then I'll make up some stuff.
Do you think that demos matter during the Monday Night Wars between the WWF and WCW as it is today with AEW and
What was the
NXT?
question? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
Demos matter during the Monday Night Wars between WWF and WCW as it is today with AEW and NXT.
Is it as
Oh, is it like a wrestling war between NXT and
Demos, the
AEW?
demos.
I mean, it's similar, but I don't think it's nearly to that level because it's not even the main WWE show, and it's a startup show, and I think a lot of this was intentional because the way it was set up by WWE, because AEW wasn't trying to go to war. They intentionally picked a night where there was no other show, and then WWE decided to add the show after years of people wanting NXT to be its own show, and they could have and they didn't. So it's clearly done for a reason. And they even jumped the gun and put it on the air before like the show. I mean, it's clear what WWE is doing. Also, the idea of putting your third brand against AEW, it's really a no-lose situation for WWE because if they lost, which they do most of the time, but not all the time, it's like, well, it's our third brand. What's it matter? And then if they do win, it's like, oh, our C show is beating your main show. But if you really think about it, it's clearly that these two shows would have similar audiences because the NXT audience is based around in-ring work, which is what the AEW is as well. But it's not nearly the level of Nitro versus Raw.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if it could ever be like as big as Nitro versus Raw because
I don't think
back in those days, there's only 40, 60 channels back then.
Yeah, not only
and
that,
now there's
you're not going to have a technically WCW was around, a few years, but it had the history of for anyone who watched it, it was a continuation of the NWA. So it was decades of history for both promotions. Yeah. So you had built-in fans of both shows for literally decades, for generations. You had, fathers who watch it with their sons and maybe a grandfather. Like I watched wrestling with my grandfather originally. So you can't recreate that. You can't suddenly have another promotion that's been around for 70 years because it's impossible. So you're not going to have that same. Even if wrestling would boom again, you wouldn't have that dynamic. No. What's the next question, Lexar?
All right. Do you think that this year's SummerSlam, Crown Jewel, Survivor Series, and possibly next year's Royal Rumble and WrestleMania take place in Yas Island in Abu Dhabi?
What?
In Abu Dhabi.
Yeah,
Yas Island and Abu Dhabi.
The big show, SummerSlam, Crown Jewel, Survivor Series, and maybe Royal Rumble and WrestleMania next year should take place in Abu Dhabi. And
is this like because of the UFC thing where they have like the UFC island?
Do they still do
oh
the
my gosh.
island?
Yeah. I figured out what he was talking about. I got the reference. See, that's how you make references there, LeBlue guy. I actually got that one.
Thank you, Incher.
So, should WWE, instead of just copying them, why don't they create their own? Why don't they create they have WWE Universe, why don't they just have a WWE Island?
That's true.
Why don't they
That'd
go
be
by
nice.
Puerto Rico and just make it WWE Island?
How do you get people to it, though? Do you, like, get, like, a ferry and bring everybody in? Or, you know, how does people
Donald
get to the
Trump
island?
was trying to buy Greenland, which didn't happen.
Mhm.
Why doesn't Vince McMahon just buy Greenland? And then he could, you know, you could just have wrestling on Greenland. Greenland can be WWE Island.
Mm.
Put the ring up on a glacier. Bring in Glacier.
Awesome.
He could be your champ. Glacier's the fucking he's the king of Greenland. That's where he came from.
Is he working at Impact?
Probably. I don't know.
Does Impact have
I think he's
Glacier?
feuding with Johnny Swinger, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, probably. So can't get Glacier. He's locked into that Impact contract.
Or put a station up on the moon.
Station.
Start wrestling on the moon. Safe up there.
Yeah.
They're building like a giant balloon that's going to bring people to like the edge of space. Or how about just like a float? Can you do that? Have like a giant balloon that just floats, and it could be just like a floating arena.
That'd be hard to get fans there, though. I mean,
It'd be pretty cool.
it would be cool,
Floating arena.
but
Gee, Jack, you
yeah.
need the Hindenburg.
Yeah, that's probably not a good idea.
Well, but what about the Jericho cruise? Like maybe
There you go,
like
just
have a
make a man-made
WWE
boat.
cruise.
Get like
Yeah.
a
Go out to uncharted
aircraft
waters.
carrier, real big aircraft
Mhm.
carrier, and just put like guardrails so people don't just fall off. It's you put the ring there. You just be the floating WWE arena out in the water.
Do you remember
'Cause
in
I don't think there's any
1994? they
rules.
did-
You can just go out. I don't think like if you're out in the ocean, I don't think you have to obey any laws. So you can just go
Yeah.
out there and.
In uncharted waters, just try
I
to
think
avoid
getting
the
back is
the
hard. Like
pirates.
they probably won't let you back into the country. You'll have to but it's like I'm gonna go watch WWE. Okay,
Mhm.
then I have to quarantine for 2 weeks, but it'll be worth it.
Do you remember like they had like a show in the Intrepid many years ago in 1994 when Lex Luger spied
Exactly.
Samuel Goldstein?
Bring
How
back
about
Lex
a
Bring
WrestleMania
back
show on
Lex
the
Luger, and
Yeah.
Luger could body slam the fake Yokozuna. That was in the that wrestled for the Prince. You can bring in a fake Luger too, because I love Lex Luger. It's not knocking Lex Luger, but I don't know if he's going to body slam anybody.
He might.
Would
You
that
never
work?
know.
That wouldn't work today. I mean, well, he would work, but I don't think he'd be a babyface in every state if he had like the All-American guy today. Some states would just boo him.
All right, you are forced to watch daytime talk shows. You know what's coming. So, which one of these talk shows would you watch? And you're supposed to answer yes to one of them or any of them. The Talk, the Wendy Williams Show, The Real, Tamron Hall, The View, the Kelly Clarkson Show, Ellen DeGeneres, or Rachel.
Who are these people? The only one I know is The View and what's her name? The woman who dances. Are those real shows? Taryn Talkwell and
Talk
what are the other ones?
shows.
Vivian.
Kelly Clarkson has a talk show now. Ellen DeGeneres, she's been
I
on
know
forever.
her. I
Ray.
know Ellen and The View.
Rachel Ray.
Is Whoopi on The View?
Do you
Yes,
watch
it's
your
on.
shit, Lexar? Is this what you're watching?
Yes, I'm quarantined. What else am I supposed to
Disgusted
watch?
by you. Do you
I'd
believe this
watch
song,
The
man?
View
You don't
'cause
watch his
Whoopi's
stuff,
on
do
it.
you? You're not watching The
No.
View, are you?
No.
Very good. Steven,
Whoopi Goldberg,
Is
former Academy Award winner.
this what you're watching, Incher? You're playing with the pinballs, and you're like, I'll go see what Kelly Clarkson's doing.
I'm normally asleep when daytime television.
Well, that's why you got the DVR.
That's true. Yeah, and I don't have to depend on the
I'm
VCR
gonna
anymore.
go binge watch
All
The
my
View.
views. The
If you're
View
binge
and
watching The View, Incher, I really lost respect for you.
don't tell him Lexar.
Oh,
So which one do I have to be on?
No,
Did
which
you
one
even
have to
name them all? There was more?
I did name them all. You didn't even pay attention. You didn't
I
want
was
to pay
trying
attention.
You have to watch one. Which one is it?
I guess I'll watch The View. I don't watch The View. I don't know. Ellen.
You're watching The View. You just said you're going to watch it.
I only know of two of these. I know who Rachel Ray is too, but I've never watched it. I remember when she was just a chef on the cooking channel. Didn't her husband?
Maybe you'd like
there was
her
like
show.
a rumor that her husband liked to poop on her or something, or her husband liked her to poop on him.
Maybe she'll talk about it on the show you watch.
All right, I'll go on that, and I'll ask about pooping.
Okay.
Well, you're not going to go on it. You just have to watch it.
I'll have to watch. I guess I'll watch that. Maybe she'll cook something.
You have to strap yourself in. More talk show debacle. Which one of these old school talk shows would you watch? Rhoda Rivera, Oprah Winfrey, Ricky Lake, Jenny Jones, or Bethany Frankel?
Well, I've admitted to watching Oprah Winfrey on the show, so I've watched Oprah Winfrey. So.
Good God, you're killing me here.
I remember the one where she had like all these world record winners and like this guy like a hot pepper. Yeah. The hot pepper shot in his eye. He started crying. I mean, I would turn it on, and just watch it. But
would you like get up and would you get up and scream "Wah!" when she would say like there's like everyone's winning a car or something?
Yes.
Yeah, Incher wants a car.
Yes, I would.
Are you a big Oprah fan, Steven?
Not really.
She's good in The Color Purple.
Yeah, that's true.
Now,
I used to watch like the Mike Douglas show, the Don Davidson show, Dick Cavett.
Now, if Lexar would have said,
"Hey, I'm 54 years old,"
If Lexar would have said Maury Povich, I would have said yes to that.
Yeah, him too. I forgot to include him.
Yeah.
Maury Povich.
He had this one with the kid who was like
shows.
He had this one with a kid who was a pyromaniac, and he was just like, I don't know, Maury. I just got to burn. And it's just like, oh, my God, this is crazy. He's talking about burning stuff.
Vic, are you watching any of this
or
stuff?
Or the Prada Willie show, the one where he had the Prada Willie kids on, and they were talking about having to eat. Prada Willie,
Who the hell is Prada Willie?
It's a condition where people have to eat and eat and eat and eat. Like they gotta eat. They just gotta eat food.
Some guy named Parada. His last name was Willie.
No, it's a condition.
I thought he's like some fashionista.
It's like a mental condition or something, and they gotta eat everything in the house. And like the parents would just talk about the kid breaking into the freaking cabinet and eating everything. It's some of the best TV you could ever see. I'm sorry, it's funny. I laughed at it. I know it's horrible if you're a parent out there dealing with your Prada Willie kid eating everything in your damn house, but it was a funny episode.
This is not a nice story, but I'll say it's nice. There was a mentally challenged kid in our school. Mm-hmm. And I remember one time I was outside the supermarket, and he came out of the supermarket and he had a whole loaf of bread, a whole loaf, and it wasn't sliced. It was like out of the bakery, and he ripped it open as soon as he got out of the supermarket, and he just started biting right into the middle of the loaf. What the hell?
That's pretty cool.
Russell.
I used to come home and just eat bread. I'm sure that was very unhealthy for me, but I would bite the crust off around it, and then I'd squeeze the bread together and make a little ball, and I'd just eat it. Good stuff.
Such a child.
See?
So you wouldn't eat the crust?
No, I'd eat the crust off.
Oh,
I'd
I thought you bit it off and
eat
like
it
would spit out the crust, and then you'd eat your
I'm not like a freaking mother bird or something where I'm just like spitting it out. Good Lord. No, I ate it.
Feeding your brother.
No, I'd
Can we
nibble
do a
it
video
off
next
all the way
summer
around
together
and then
where I
make
feed
a
you
dough ball.
like you're my baby bird?
I don't want to do that.
I don't want to. Oh man, Vic, do you watch any of these shows? Are you watching Oprah Winfrey and Geraldo and?
Back in the day, I used to like to watch Morton Downey Jr.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest.
I always got a good laugh out of Mort.
Zip it.
No, I don't watch any of that stuff now.
Yeah. How about Songman? You big Geraldo Rivera fan?
I'm like you. Who are these people? Because I don't
Derek,
watch too much cable
you,
for all this.
Thank you. Thank you. I applaud you. Oh man, we're really pissing off Lexar here on his birthday. I'm sorry.
You need to get to with these times though. There's some informative topics and pretty entertaining topics on these talk
Like
shows
what?
today.
What? When you're watching Maury Povich and Geraldo and Francesca Rodriguez, I don't know these shows you said. What are you learning?
Goddamn good show.
Well, and then a couple of things about penis size and like.
What about penis size was interesting?
Oh yeah, this leads to my next question. Do you think a woman should stop discriminating against penis size?
Yeah,
like
in my opinion, I think men put more of an emphasis on the penis size or what they perceive women thinking than what women really care about how big a penis is. That's my opinion. I don't think necessarily most women are sitting around talking about how big or small someone's penis is. That's my answer. So what do you think, Inter? Should women stop discriminating against men with small penises? Stop the penis shaming is what Lexar is saying. Spoken like someone who probably has a small penis.
I think
I didn't imagine this topic would come up tonight on Lexar's birthday.
I think Lexar's on to something. I think they need to stop discriminating. Yeah.
Steven, do you have an opinion on this?
Oh.
We should start a movement.
It's getting a bit too late for me.
He's wanting to go to bed. He doesn't want to answer.
I'm evading all topics of penises and we got to leave the penis talk to the expert Lexar.
There we go. All right.
I'm not even an expert.
What?
I'm not even an expert on the genitals.
All right. Well, did you have anything to add to this? Are you upset about this, Lexar? You think that there's enough, and the penis shaming?
Yes, exactly. And the penis. If it's tiny, suck at it like if it's a pacifier. Until give the guy some like.
Why you cover your mouth? You know it's funny. Laugh.
Oh man, I love it. Just suck it like it's I had some root beer barrels in my pocket today. Bam. There you
go. Exactly. Want me to move on, or we talk?
Yeah, unless anyone else, unless Vic had something, I don't know.
Okay,
I'm thinking he didn't, but I don't know.
No. During quarantine, who will cut your toenails?
Me? I cut my. Who normally cuts your toenails? Do you normally have someone else cut your toenails?
Yeah, I cut my toenails, but I don't like cut them like normally. I just like
Who normally cuts your
cram my
toenails?
like I would cram
Your
my toes
mom?
into some hard surface. Like no, she does that when I was a kid.
So you don't cut your toenails, you just cram them into like a cement like brick until they break off?
Yeah,
Or like they wear
there you go.
down?
Are you
Yeah.
serious? Are you honestly telling us that's what you do? I've never heard any. I thought you were going to say you go to like a salon or something and get
You
your
just like what you
But like you take your toes and shove them into a concrete wall, and, like fall them off yourself.
No, when I shower, it's like the nails are like weakened to like soap and water. So when it's like I like nails to the whole surface of the shower of the tub there, and like it's easy to like take it off. So like.
Oh my god!
Quite enjoyed all the talk of penises and toenails. Stop out at this point, ladies and gentlemen. So
Good night, Steven.
I'm going.
You're telling
I got a good one too. You want to stick around? I got another one.
Get soap on your foot, and then you get up on the shower wall, and you kind of like sand it off. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, never mind. No. It's like if the nail is like weakened by soap and water, just like so easy to take off. Just ram your toenails into the hard surface of the thing.
That sounds like it would mess your foot up, dude.
It's much easier to than like.
Well,
cutting
okay, I understand the
toenails.
idea when it's in water that it's because honestly, I'm with you on that part. Because when I cut my toenails, I do it after I'm out of the shower because they're not as brittle. Because they're so.
This is what you need, Lex.
Exactly.
So go out and buy one of these.
Yeah, or like clippers, like where you can clip them on the side. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, and then you can they're going to be easier to clip, and then maybe you just clip the edges and pull it. But I don't know about just smashing your feet against like.
That
bricks.
sounds like it can cause some issues, like ingrown toenails or something.
Is that how you cut bread? Like if you're making a sandwich, you just like beat it against the wall until pieces fall off? Is this how you eat steaks? You're just like...
My mom has this machine one. My mom had this like machine one time to cut bread.
Yeah.
It was just like
It's a
this
knife.
big long knife and a beard. You just like.
Oh, like a paper cutter.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I've
That's
seen
what
one.
we
I
use
saw
that for
somebody
bread.
restoring one of those on Facebook.
No. She had it like a long time ago, but
Yeah.
like then we had to move and like the thing doesn't work anymore, so she just got rid of it. All right. Will Incher confront last week's Incher?
Well,
Incher with a beard.
I would have to I would have to have a time machine or something of some sort to confront the Incher from last week. But that would make for an entertaining episode if I busted in on the Incher from last week and said, "Stop being me."
Right. Be kind of cool if like Incher from last week, if you are watching through your time machine, maybe you can zoom in.
I'd probably have to bust in and say, "Do something funny, asshole." And
yeah, but were you jealous that you had a bigger gun last week?
I didn't see that part. Yeah. No, I didn't see that part. But how big was the gun? How big his cock?
Whoa!
What was it? I don't even know. What did I have last
not
week?
like your assault rifle or something.
Oh, he had a rifle?
I don't know what it was.
Well, I just have a handgun. I don't have a rifle.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You pulled it out for that week.
Probably last week you looked great because you looked straight because you got done watching someone masturbate.
What? What are you saying, so, man? Good Lord.
Yeah, I did
I'm
think
gonna
he
have
looked straight
Lexar
last
come
week.
over and kick his toenails in.
I did think he looked more straight than normal last week.
Oh, whatever.
Whatever.
I feel like it's like one of the,
Long man's a
I feel
good
like-
man, and Inch is a good guy too for being a good sport.
yeah, I feel like it's like one of those Spider-Man gifts where the Spider-Man just like point at each other. So the inches would be like inches would like point at each other. And then they do battle like it's Undertaker versus Undertaker from SummerSlam 94. So
Like-
that'll be great. That'll be awesome.
Like Superman and what is it? Bizarro Superman?
Yeah.
Before you get to the
Spider-Man,
next question,
Spider-Man.
will anyone mind if I go grab something to drink? I'm completely out. I'm very thirsty. We didn't even get to the questions yet. So, do you guys mind?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
I'll
Can you
ask
talk
one more
amongst
question,
yourself?
but it's
I have to run
directed-
upstairs, so it's going to take me a couple minutes.
This directed to
All right.
song.
I also have to go pee, so I'll be right back.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
But I don't
got
want
a
to miss
question
these
for
questions.
Song. Huh?
I don't want to
He
miss the
doesn't want to miss
questions.
any questions, so he wants us just to banter back and forth until.
Is
he's
that
back.
okay? Or you can ask the questions, and I'll catch up when I get back.
Yeah, this one's directly
I'll be
for
back.
Songman.
All right.
Songman. So, which artist would you like to collab with?
Like an artist you'd like to do a song with, man.
Yep.
I don't even know if that could be necessarily an answer for me to answer.
Like
know-
maybe Weird Al Yankovic. Would you like to do a song with him?
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with most of the artists, mostly, but I've heard one person that I'm kind of familiar with, Lily Bernard.
Lily Bernard?
Yeah.
Who's that? I'm not familiar with her. What she sing?
Well, she's not must have been a singer, but she's an artist. So,
Oh, okay.
But, yeah.
I don't know her.
No.
Anyways.
That's interesting because I would think someone would you choose a rapper, like because he rhymes. So
Yeah.
I think he would do like a rapper, like I don't know, maybe Jay-Z or
Eminem.
yeah, Eminem.
That could be a good question and
Vanilla Ice.
a hard one to know.
Snow.
I might have a lot of people that I've been interesting with the rap things. I think that's probably the difficultest for me to answer.
Nate Dogg.
James. 50 Cent.
I could do maybe Eminem, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's looking for that. You never know. Get in on that. Well, why am I always doing such terrible things in your songs when you write them about me? What's the deal with that?
Well, I kind of missed the one that looked straight and great last week, whenever that perfect date was great, looking straight. That's the intro I missed. I don't like
so you missed the
that looks
intro from
that,
last
looking
week.
pissed. You know who we need? Do you know who we really need? I need the old intro. I need the nice positive one that was excited for Slammiversary.
So,
not the one like this.
So you want the old intro from last week? That's what.
Yes.
You want. Oh my goodness.
He's all full of positivity.
I wasn't so crazy about that guy. He didn't have a shiny head, and
He did have a weird head.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
Glad your
weird
head looks better. I guess it looks better. You got the hat on. I don't know.
Yeah, I got the hat on for this week.
You got a hat on?
Yeah.
All right. So we're back to the questions. What's going on here?
All right. Do you think that a beef between Vince Russo and Jim Cornette is the same exact beef between 50 Cent and Ja Rule?
What's the deal with Ja Rule and 50 Cent? Like, what are they mad at each other about?
I don't know. They just hate each other. I guess they're both Queens natives. Like work. So I guess it's like, I don't know what the beef is. So
Yeah.
I guess
I'm really not too familiar with it. I know the beef between Eminem and Machine Gun Kelly. I know they don't like each other, but I don't know. Not really up on it too much, Lexar.
Okay,
I don't think anybody is here, really.
So what started the beef between Jim Cornette and Vince Russo?
Oh, well, they worked together, and Vince Russo always had like ideas that Jim Cornette didn't like, and so if Jim Cornette doesn't like your ideas, and you somehow become like, you know, like Vince's right-hand man, I think that makes Jim Cornette insane. So,
yeah, their history. I mean, it's been gone over many times, but like Inter said, they worked together. They were writers. He hates Vince Russo's ideas. He doesn't like what he stands for in wrestling. I don't either, but I don't like wish the man death or anything. I do think it's a little overboard, the hatred.
Yeah, most definitely.
Seems unnatural to hate a man so much for the way, if you like it or not. I mean, there's lots of people I don't like their style of wrestling, but I never disliked wrestling to the level where I was like, man, I really wish this person would die, and then I would go and urinate on their grave. I'd just be like, oh, okay.
But then again, he did have like storylines about his friends that he said like was very uncalled for.
Those people that he made storylines about have had Russo himself on their show. You know, Jim Ross will say. Jim Ross has had Vince Russo on a show and talked about that. So it's kind of weird that the person himself that was ridiculed in that would forget.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get not liking him. I think it's too. But I mean, that's how Jim Cornette is. Like, he doesn't like AEW, but he goes so, I get it. If you don't like it, that's your deal. But he goes to the point where it's like he's wishing like death on people. It's like, okay, it's not your wrestling. Just just don't watch it. I don't know. To me, wrestling isn't something to like wish death people. Wish death upon people.
Yeah.
I would just not watch it if I didn't like it. But I also don't work in wrestling, so it's a little different, I guess. I don't like the WWE products, so I just don't watch it. But I don't be like, so I don't sit around like wishing they'd all die or something. I think it's a little much.
Yeah.
It's just wrestling. Dave Math, Big Dave is here.
One thing I would like to add.
Yes.
About the Jim Cornette Jones, Mr. One Inch Song Man, Mr. Lexar. It's good to see you all.
Oh, thank you.
And one of my favorite stories about Vince Russo and Jim Cornette is I think it's on Cave. They'll tell the story about Terry Funk coming out of a box, and to see Jim Cornette put it over, and to listen to Vince Russo knock it. It's classic polar opposites of like booking, but they are both right, and it didn't stand like how passionate they putting up with each other. It just looks like it's a box of dynamite.
Yeah.
Because people will blame Vince Russo for a lot of his bad booking, and I that's totally fair. At the same time, if he gets a blame for all the bad stuff he did in WCW and in TNA, I do think he deserves a lot of credit for what he did in WWE. I don't think it's fair to say it was all Vince McMahon. If it's all Vince McMahon all the time, then no one else ever there deserves any credit or blame. So if he's going to get blamed for, which I do think almost everything he dropped at wasn't good, but his stuff in WWE was successful. So I think you have to, if you're going to blame him for bad stuff, you also have to give him credit for a lot of good stuff he did. or at least stuff that was successful. Even if I don't personally think a lot of that stuff in the WWE was great either, but I can't deny it was successful.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't think it's fair to say it had to be all Vince, because then why did the company change when he left?
Yeah.
It has to be other people too. I mean, obviously he has the last day, but say it's hard to say. Dave Matheny, it's good to see you.
Thank you. It's good to see you guys.
Yes. It's Lexar's
I'll throw in
birthday, by the way.
Lexar, happy birthday.
Thank you, David.
He's very happy.
Thank you.
And I'll tell you guys a little secret. Today is the last day I'm 39, as tomorrow's my birthday.
Oh. Wow. Well, happy early birthday to David.
It's
David.
Almost your birthday.
Yep.
Yeah. For me, it's like in a minute you're gonna, but you're on the West Coast, so
right.
Yeah, the big 4-0.
Yeah.
Does that feel weird?
The worst part about turning 40 is I can't tell people that I'm in my 30s when they ask my age, and be honest. Like when they go, how old are you? I go, like, I'm in my 30s. Don't worry about it. Now I got to be like, I'm 40. So a lot of shenanigans, I think, are going to have to be on a pause, and I'm out to set up the life where I have to start thinking about purchasing life insurance. Like that's going to be a jump that that my dad warned me about, but I never listened when I was younger.
Yeah, when you're younger, you really think 40 is like, it's like, well, no one, who the hell lives to be 40? That's like old man or something. But then when you get there, because I said the story a bunch of times, but in 2018 I was really sick. They told me I wouldn't see 50 unless I didn't make life changes. And if someone would have told me that years ago, it's almost like, yeah, whatever. That's way, way, way. But I was about to turn 43 at the time. I was like, oh, that's not that far away. So it's weird once you get 40. Turning 40 was a bigger deal than after that, because then after that it's like, what's 41, what's 42, they're all, who cares? But turning 40 is a weird thing.
Yeah.
Once you're 40, I mean, it really makes no difference. You feel the same as you did when you're 39. But the idea of turning 40, I think, is weird. Interest
Exactly.
there too.
Yeah. This coming January, I'll be 40. Yeah.
Man. You got any big plans?
Yeah. No.
Does the idea depress you, or?
Nah. It's like I'm not like looking forward to it, but it doesn't matter that much. Can't stop time.
Really? You can't? I tried.
Can't.
So how old are you turning, Lexar?
How old will you be, Lexar?
Oh, I'm turned 37. Now, we talked about this last week, so
Right.
37 years old.
Yeah, I remember.
So you're almost old as Incher. I think Songman's is the young boy here of the group. He's the young guy.
I am.
How old are you, Songman?
I'll be turning 33 this October.
Oh, really? 33? Okay.
Yep.
Vic's my age, I think.
I wish.
I wish.
Vic looks very good for his. That's always a backhanded compliment, though. If someone says you look good for your age. It's like, what the hell?
I'll take it, though.
But no, you look very good, very useful. You always look very happy as well.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely.
Do you have any big plans? I guess it's hard to have plans right now, but do you have any plans for tomorrow?
So, kind of.
Buy life insurance?
Seriously, I'm looking at. I am, but so Kai is in Nevada right now, and he was gonna come down to San Diego on Thursday. And so the plan was to go to a comedy show, because that's kind of like what I like to do for fun now.
Yeah.
And so by luck, we had a comic that we both liked show up. So I planned on buying him a bunch of drinks and my wife a bunch of drinks and his date a bunch of drinks and, be the designated driver and see the show. But since we're re-quarantined, a lot of bars and restaurants have gotten creative and done outside dining, but the comedy club shut down.
Mm.
So the goal is to eat the best Mexican food in San Diego and probably take Kai to the coast so you can see the Pacific Ocean.
Oh, cool.
What's the
Well, that'll be
best,
something.
I like cheap.
What's the best Mexican in that area?
Shit. There's good taco shops. There's good specialty shops. I'll tell you the secret about getting good Mexican food in San Diego. Walk inside. Never do drive-thru. Walk inside, and if the ladies that work there are fat, that means the food is good because they eat there. But if they're skinny, they don't eat there. Then you shouldn't either. That's the secret.
A really good Mexican in Texas, Corpus Christi.
Come to San Diego. I'll show you better. A lot.
I had good in LA too.
That's Tex-Mex.
Well, no, because in Corpus Christi was South Texas, so they actually had both Tex-Mex and like more traditional Mexican because it's right on the border. But LA, no, I had a good time in LA. Yeah, really good time. Made a movie and walked around. I had a good time. Yeah, it's good. I like the West Coast. The plan was to go out there again and do some stuff, but everything happened, so those plans are halted at the moment.
Yeah, that's California's real precautious because our city, we have such big cities, and regardless of what people say about San Diego, we're a military town, because that's where the biggest Navy base is, as well as so a lot of precautions have been taken down here, and a lot of we've had protests because a lot of people are fed up about it and protesting that they're locked down than they were anything else, and I get it, but I'm also not 19, so I don't participate in it. But San Diego is a really comfortable place. It's beautiful to tour, but you need a week to see it all. And in LA, there's really good independent wrestling. Bar wrestling is good. PCW Ultra. That's the one I prefer. They tried a more to wrestling when I was a child, and but they've Americanized it where they sell, and it is for $30. It is fucking one of the funnest nights you can have is at one of their shows. So you ever come back to LA, try to get around one of those gigs. And if I can, I'll try to talk the wife and go.
Yeah, my friend Trista, who does Without Your Head with me now, she's also an indie wrestling fan, so that would be fun to do. And one of our mutual friends was a camera person for Lucha Underground, but they don't do that anymore. But
yeah,
so that was really fun, and it was physical.
Lucha Underground's dope.
Person for Lucha Underground, I really had to move around to get try to get the camera shots.
That's cool. I watched Willie Mack and Rob Van Dam fight right in front of me, when they jumped in the audience. And you can see me on the video, spazzing out and fun. And that's what I really like about wrestling is indie shows right now. And I have for the past couple of years.
It's always fun. It's really fun to be at live wrestling. And with the indie shows, you're right there, it's more intimate because you're right there, up and with the people.
Completely agree. And these are dudes who need work, so they put on a show.
Yeah.
These are not dudes who have gigs, so they just do the routine.
Because we were doing this show, and it was too bad because they just started. They only did 2 shows, and then they had to stop. But they were doing a show every month from this bowling alley. It's not a bowling alley. Sounds like it's small, but it's a restaurant inside a bowling place that also has all these games and stuff. But they just set the ring up like right next to a bowling alley, and like you had seats, and they just had seats, but then also you could rent a table. So like it was me, my brother, his girlfriend, and our mom, and we would rent the table. And then you could order food and stuff while you're watching the wrestling, and it was just like a really fun time. And it was going to happen every month, and we went to the 2, and then they had to stop it. But hopefully it comes back because it was a lot of fun. I should wear the shirt because I forget the guy's name. It was Big. One of the guys called was Big Bacon, and he was really fun. And then right after the show, he just like set up a table with the stuff. So I went and bought one of his shirts. I was like, I'm gonna go buy a Big Bacon shirt. And I'll wear it next week on the show. But yeah, the guy was really cool. Yeah, everyone was. It's just really fun to watch, and it's like guys they had a couple names that weren't there all the time. Like the first time we went, it was Davey Boy Smith Jr. and and Pillman Jr. And then all the rest of the people are local guys. But it was really fun, and both those guys are great to see live. Like I knew they were going to be, but seeing them live, I was like, wow, these guys really should be. I know they're in MLW, but they really should be on like a bigger promotion, I think. And it was really weird because I like AEW, but they had Pillman Jr. and like they just had him on a dark match on their dark show and like lost. I was like, this, I don't know. I think if you're going to bring
AEW,
if you're going to bring in Pillman Jr., he has a buzz behind him. If you're going to use him, I would do something with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure.
He's a really talented guy.
But that's cool. There's MLW around for those dudes to get work.
Oh, yeah.
I kind of like how NXT was really good at this for a while. Like after they kind of like scavenged all of PWG and ROH, they started finding dudes that I've never heard of before. So when I would watch their show, I would be like, who is this? I never knew Adam Rose or when he was Leo Kroger, and I thought I knew indie wrestling pretty good. So to see them have a broader span than what social media is talking about or what the aftermags are talking about was cool because that was like the best sense of surprise that pro wrestling's had in a while. And so like if Brian Pillman doesn't get pulled up right away, it's just going to build suspense that when he does, it's going to be worthwhile.
Yeah. By the way, do you know where Lake Arrowhead is? It's by Big Bear.
Yeah, I know where it is on a map, but
that's
I don't think I've ever driven there.
Yeah, that's where we did the movie. But we just rented a cabin up there and made the movie. It was really cool. I can't talk much about the movie; it's secret. But it was a good time. All right. Well, we're gonna get to these questions. Anything else, David? And we want to wish you a happy birthday.
Mm-hmm.
If I'll hang out, or if you need me to go, I can go.
No, you can stay. It's totally good. Well, Lexar, do you have more questions on your list? You're welcome to answer these too, Dave.
Just one more. Jackie Jones, could you please say Johnny Swinger's name?
Johnny Swinger?
Thank you.
There it is.
Every time I ask that, it's sincere. I still don't know who. I'm still dumbfounded that he's still that he's wrestling again. All right, let's get to these questions, Insure.
Alrighty.
I'll bring them up my phone. It'll probably be easier. I do have a second monitor here, but I haven't set it up yet. All right. Before we do that, I should do something real quick too.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Let's take a selfie here live on the show.
Doing the show. It's pointing, giving thumbs up.
Oh, you can't do that.
No.
People think something's
That's
going on.
bad now.
All right. See here. Where were we? Someone posted a thing about that Prater-Willie syndrome.
Yeah.
I thought it was like the tag partner Willie Mack or something.
Mm-mm. It's a good name, though.
Yeah, Will.
Somebody could
Willie
use
Mack.
it. Mm-hmm.
Vic
Have somebody.
Schiavone. Oh, I'm sorry.
So have somebody come into the ring and they just got to eat everything while they're coming to the ring.
Right.
Good.
Bastard Booger kind of doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Vic Schiavone. Why was last night's match on Raw with Big Show and Randy Orton unsanctioned when they sanctioned a match at Extreme Rules where you had to pull out your opponent's eye to win? Very valid point. If you're sanctioning a match where you have to literally pull the man's eye out to win, how can any match be unsanctioned? Unless it's like a literal death match. And hello
What's
to the
your dog's name, David? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Her name is Ziva.
Oh.
Very nice.
Excellent. Cute doggy.
Thank you.
Specs, I want to know, do you give a shit about the WWE anymore? Nope.
Not enough to buy merch.
I don't even watch a show. I watch the specials on the network. Just so I can talk about the show. But if it was at $10, I would just... I used to even think sometimes, like, if they do put this up to $20, it's worth it. But now if they did put it up, I'd just be like, oh, it's not worth it. And I've never thought of that, because used to be a guy I watched... When I was a kid, I watched every wrestling that was on. It could be like, some local, which nothing against local wrestling, but I never thought I'd like just not watch WWE. Tony Oberstar, what point are you ready to give up on doing a wrestling podcast? I think we gave up doing a wrestling podcast many, many, many years ago. But I don't think we'll give up In Your Head. I don't even know if it's a wrestling podcast at this point.
It says it right there.
Good enough.
Wrestling.
I think it's just its own deal.
It says it right there.
Dobbs Dean Maya. Last week, Incher said he would give me the Iron Sheik treatment, basically threatening to do butt stuff to me. Would he like to take this moment and retract those statements and offer me a public apology?
Sorry's a word that we throw around too much nowadays, but I would like to publicly retract all of my remarks that I said and say I'm sorry.
It's a good man. Takes a big man to apologize.
Mm-hmm.
Proud of you.
So it was easy this time, yeah.
For you displayed honor.
I wasn't in my right mind.
The stuff which hero.
I was in the mind that Songman loves, but now I'm just in my normal mind.
Do you remember that ad? It used to be for the Latter-day Saints, where it was like this kid breaks this guy's window.
Mm-mm. No.
He's like,
breaks his window, and what happens after that?
Who broke my window? And then the kid's like, why is my stomach so weary and queasy? Glass everywhere I look. Who broke my window? Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Rutherford, what a horrible mess. I broke your window with my ball. You? And I've come to confess. You broke my window. You have to pay for this mess you made. But I'm proud of you, son, for you have displayed honor. The stuff which heroes are made of. I told the truth. And it was brought to you by the Church of Latter-day Saints. Anyway.
Songman, your territory is getting stepped on.
Mm-hmm.
Doing
I take you on that.
Just on myself. Dobbs Dean Maya. He also says, what's invisible but you wish people could see? COVID. You could then be like, hey, look, COVID's over there. Let's get the hell out of here. Boom.
Exactly. Let's get away from it.
All right.
I think that would be my answer now.
Yeah.
I was going to say germs, but...
Well, that would encompass.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing.
I guess. I wish my love was visible, Incher. I could just show it to you right here. Robert Budzinski, have you ever left an upper decker? I don't know what that means. Is that like if you poop on the bowl?
Yeah, you take the lid off of the top half and then you just poop in that.
Who thinks of these things?
I don't know.
Like,
Good Russo
man,
fans.
go take a shit up here. Lexar, you're not doing that, are you?
No.
Song man, you wouldn't even think of that.
No.
Vic, on the other hand, no, Vic wouldn't. Dobbs, which body part do you wish you could detach and why?
Which body part do you wish you can detach and why?
I'm going to say first would be questionable. I'm going to say the testicles. And first you're like, what? But just think about if you could take your testicles off, and then you were like, if you were about to be kicked in the nether regions, you'd be like, totally fine. And then you just put them back on. Go about your day.
Well, I think back to the Sega Genesis classic called Decap Attack, where the guy throws his head at people. Right. I kind of like to do that. Yeah.
So you would use your head as a weapon?
Yes.
It's a very thick skull. I should have said head, though, because it goes right into, I could have been literally without my head. If I could detach my head, I'd just put it up here on the bookshelf, and that would be cool if we just did the show and it's just my head sitting here.
Mm-hmm.
I could go, edit videos while my head's just sitting here jabbing.
I'd be like, look, he finally got it out of his ass. Oh! Yeah, no, that's bad.
Yeah, I'm a fucking hack over here. Sorry to work through.
You've never told a hacky joke in your life, have you?
No. Only comedy gold. Every once in a while, comedy silver. And sometimes platinum. But usually comedy gold. Let's see here. Dobbs, whatever happened to the Basham brothers?
Yeah, I don't know. They just kind of went away.
If they were as amazing as Cornette said, wouldn't they have at least gone somewhere else and did something?
You would have thought.
I guess there really wasn't many places to go at the time. If the thing is like right now, this time period, if you do think you're really good and you want to leave or you get fired or whatever, there are other places you can go and have a platform to prove that.
Mm-hmm.
Dobbs Dean Maya, did you know that Lodi is idol spelled backwards? I have a bigger one for you though. Did you know this, Incher? That Relic is killer spelled backwards. Is he back too, Relic?
I'm not sure.
You're always telling everyone to watch a show, and you haven't watched it in like 2 months.
I gave up, I guess.
Song,
I couldn't get anybody onto the bandwagon, so.
You've got the manliest beard of anyone here, Songman.
I wouldn't say I am the only one. I'm seeing you too, Jackie. You're about to get like me.
Yeah, I don't know. I usually I get tired of it a while and trim it, but it is pretty sweet. Like maybe I'll try to let it grow and.
Well, but just because you look great with that hair, just so everyone is aware, because you have nice little face that looks like nicer than a teddy bear, because this is good to share.
Oh, thank you. That was beautiful.
You're welcome.
Did you like that one, Incher? See, you're saying all those songs are negative. That was a very pretty song about me being a cute teddy bear.
Yeah, that was great.
I think it was just as good as the one he did about you. He did a nice one about you earlier, didn't he?
No.
You look straight. He said you look straight, and you just saw some masturbate.
Well, you still don't look like crap, because look at you. You once again now wearing the hat just because you're looking not like crap, and because you're still looking nicer than a freaky bat.
Boom.
Thank you.
Let's see here. Marty Van Buren, what political office would you be best suited to run for?
Maybe like the mayor of Knox County, Tennessee.
So you're challenging Kane right now.
Yes.
You think he'll ever just burn the city down? He'll look like a pyro.
That would be good.
if they vote him out.
I've only been to Tennessee once, so.
I don't know if I might have been through it, but I don't think I've ever been there.
Yeah.
I was at West Virginia, sure. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
Did you burn like the chair or anything that I sat in after I left? Just this, it's like the thing. You just got a flamethrower. Marty Van Buren. Oh, I'll just run for president. Which wrestlers of any gender or promotion should put masks on to improve their career?
You know, recently on NXT, El Hijo del Fantasma, he removed his mask.
Really?
I think he should have left it on. Don't think it's really doing much for him without it.
Interesting. I'm going to say Johnny Gargano.
Yeah, he does have kind of a...
Yeah, and he's a good wrestler. Put a mask on. He's the new Mr. Wrestling. They call him Johnny Wrestling, Mr. Wrestling 4 or whatever they're up to.
It's a good one.
Do you have an answer for this, Lexar? Who do you want to see become a masked wrestler?
Andrade Cien Almas, because he used to wear a mask.
That's a good one.
David, do you have anyone you want to? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt the rest of.
Yeah, he used to wear. I think he used to wear a mask in Mexico, and then I remember one of the takeovers, he like wore a mask as part of his entrance, and there was like a mariachi band playing for him, and he came out with a mask. Yeah, it's one of the takeovers back before the epidemic, and he put off his mask, and then he came on to his old entrance music he has right now. So, yeah, take over. And one of those takeovers some years ago.
Marty Van Buren says maybe Johnny Swinger. Johnny Swinger?
Nah, you don't need a mask.
Can't hide that, man. Songman, did you have someone who should be masked?
Probably you can be the one and only Ricochet, probably.
Ricochet. That's actually probably a pretty good one.
Yeah. Well, don't forget, he's hardly even won it since he got signed. It's probably Sami Zayn.
Al Snow, he could bring back Avatar. I'm sure Al Snow does he still wrestle in Impact?
Al Snow? No, I don't think so.
Am I the only one who remembers Avatar? David, did you have someone you think would be good masked?
I don't. I really don't. But I think a mask could really help a lot of people stand out, especially if they didn't wrestle a high-flying style. Like new people who can't sell facial expressions, I think it could really get experience under a mask. And like the only person I'm going to say, and this is going to sound really, really mean, if Daniel Benoit wants to get into pro wrestling, which I've heard rumors of, he really needs to get a mask.
Yeah. I agree. I mean, it just makes you feel weird to see him. Yeah. We said it about guy doesn't do a high fly. That's interesting because, without Kane there and stuff, there isn't the big giant guy, like a newer guy for that role. And I think if you did have a big guy who maybe wasn't necessarily the greatest, you put a mask on him, give him like a cool gimmick like that, and he could be, your future big monster guy. You could have done that with like the big redheaded guy or something. Oh, Vic, did you have someone who should be masked?
I'd put the mask back on Sami Zayn, the second coming of El Generico.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I'm in the minority. I actually prefer Miss Sami Zayn. I think he's really a great heel because you really want to see him get beat up.
Well, I don't think Vince likes him at all right now. So.
Well, no.
But masks sell money. Like masks make money.
Good
Rey
merchandise.
Mysterio said he sold like 10 million masks in his first run. Shane Helms said he sold 1 million masks for 10 on his YouTube.
Maybe I should start doing the
Like-
show in a mask. Selling
Yeah, what
Jackie
happened
Jones.
to that mask, Jackie Jones?
I like this idea. I'm gonna get some Jackie
Yeah,
Jones.
what happened to that? Yeah, what happened to that mask you always wore last week and a
Yeah.
couple weeks ago,
Oh, it's right
Jones?
here.
Where is it? Put it on.
Well, it's not. It's not like it's a Ultimo Dragon, so I can't just all of a sudden say I'm the Ultimo Dragon and start selling his merchandise. But like, if I made my own mask, a Jackie Jones mask, then I could sell that. But this is a very nice mask.
It's
I'm
in your
gonna
head
save
colors.
it for Halloween, and I'll do the Halloween show with the Lucha mask on. Enter Get a Mask by Halloween.
Okay.
You have a wrestling mask? Maybe you have one. I don't know.
No, I don't have a wrestling mask.
Get one, boy.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be fun? We'll do the show in costume.
Yeah.
Bum over here ain't gonna do shit.
I said, yeah. Jeez,
Just
what more
giving
you
a
want
hard
from
time.
me?
Just joking.
But you could do like a Big Show if you remember when he looked up to Andre the Giant. Remember when he wore a mask? You could do that.
Yeah.
There you go, Incher.
I'm all about it.
To contrast the modern Tope Suicida and the Canadian Destroyer, which move of yesteryear would you require to be performed in every match on the card? The airplane spin. Do airplanes
The
spin? They're
hard
dizzy,
punch.
so then they can't move out of the way when you're jumping on them off the rope.
The heart
Ross
punch.
Baker killed 7 men with the heart punch.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good one. You don't see sleepers.
Bonsai drop.
Bonsai drop. Who would give a good bonsai drop? He's like a big fat ass now.
Baby.
Quit looking at me, guys. Quit looking at me.
Bailey. He does have a nice ass. Marty Van Buren. Is Intra a fan of the video game Bully?
No, I've never really played it. I know about it. That's the Rockstar game, but
What are you doing it?
no, I never
Are
played
you the bully in it?
I'm not real sure. I know it had it got canceled and stuff, and people had issues with
The
it.
kids' heads in the toilet and lock them in locker rooms.
I would assume it's something like you are a bully, and it's something like Grand Theft Auto, like the current Grand Theft Auto. But I'm not real sure what all the game's
I don't know.
all
I don't
about.
understand the second part of the question. And is the main character grown up and writ large? I don't know what that means.
You got me on that one. I don't know.
For the pleasure of the Headyverse and the honor of the land he hails from, Intra must describe what the exotic West Virginian woman would be like. Or the true reason he loves the WV.
What the exotic woman from West Virginia is like?
Right.
Mm,
Give us the details, Intra.
probably like 55 years old and with tattoos all over her legs and just no teeth up front.
Got bottles of Oxycontin.
Yeah.
Would she wear flip flops?
Flip flops all the time.
Uh-huh.
Like she uses her breast as a pocket Like she puts all her money into it and lighters and everything else.
Does she cut her toenails the same way Lexar does? Just grinds them
Almost
against the wall.
definitely. Yeah.
Pretty
I
hot.
still don't understand how that works.
No, it makes me
You have to
scared.
get them moist.
Even getting my toenails moist, I don't think that would make them break any easier.
It does. You just have to put oomph in it.
Try it out, Incher, next time you got a shower. Just start mashing
no.
your toes against the wall.
Maybe Incher
be
from
hopping
last week can
around.
try it, but I'm not trying.
Marty Van Buren says you're
So
really
lucky I didn't have an orange wig. So lucky I didn't have like an orange wig to come. I was trying to think of something, but I don't have one. So.
Hey,
I don't know what that
Incher.
means.
Yeah, you do. Yes, sir.
Hey, let me ask you a question about the ladies with the West Virginia with the tattoos. How often do characters tattooed on them?
Like the tattoos on their legs, or like.
Yeah, I know you're not in the tattoos, Incher, but what if you saw a woman with like a Belmont tattoo, Simon Belmont? Would that change your mind?
Maybe, you never know.
Like the whips around the nipple.
Uh-huh.
So he's like, you know, when he would whip like something and swing.
Yeah.
That's how he's.
Oh, that would just win me over.
She's got a Dracula's castle.
I'd say
like, on over ass.
I'd probably propose to her right after that. I'd be like, oh my gosh. Come home and meet my mama.
She's got like bats coming out of her butthole.
Oh.
And a tattoo, not reality.
Mm-hmm.
Marty, would you rather live the entire life of the Brooklyn Brawler or Marty Jannetty? Marty Jannetty all the way, I think.
Yeah,
I think you'd have
that's
more
not too
fun
hard of
as
a
Marty
question.
Jannetty.
Hey, I mean, he seems like he's having fun no matter what. So.
Brooklyn Brawler is a lot of pushing and pulling with Pat Patterson.
Yep.
What's really the benefit of Brooklyn Brawler? You're employed for a long time.
Yeah, but he's fired now, isn't he?
Right.
So.
Jay Pletz, do you think Big Show just fills up the toilet or what?
I'd say Big Show probably. He probably flushes the proper amount of times.
So if you're letting off like a big load into the toilet, do you stop and flush it like before the bowels are completely full? So it's like a multiple flush. Otherwise, if you wait till they're completely empty, then you could have too full of a bowl to flush.
And I got a beef with kind of like this.
Right.
Andre the Giant, like they said, like he would fill up bathtubs with just his feces. Like, did he honestly have to do that? He couldn't just use a toilet? I mean, was he really that big? He couldn't like poop in a toilet. I mean, there's plenty of tall people in this world, and they seem to manage it all right. I mean,
yeah, but he's also big. I think a lot of it was when he's in Japan is the thing. And I think their toilets are very small because they're made for the whole country's made for smaller people.
Okay. Well, if it was just Japan, I can understand. But if he's doing that in the United States,
do you think he was just doing it the like troll, like the hotel,
to be an asshole? Yeah.
Hey, look at this. Clean that, lady.
Well, they said like he would love to back people into like an elevator and then just let a humongous fart and just like he'd start laughing. Like,
I know you were big into that humor. You were big into the fart humor.
Well, that's the story I heard.
I know. I'm saying you always like that kind of joke when someone does that to you.
Oh, you know.
You used to yell at me for farting.
I have to go.
On that note, Lexar.
He's got to go trim his
Happy
toes.
birthday, Lexar!
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Hope
It's
you
been a
enjoyed
pleasure.
Hope you enjoyed the show. This was
I
awesome.
enjoyed it. Been a pleasure. Yes, enough with the poops. Now I can cut my toenails properly anymore in the bathtub after hearing that. So I bid adieu.
Take it easy, Lexar.
Man, we grossed out Lexar. Do you ever get jealous if you hear of someone who poops a lot in the toilet? You're just like, man, I wish they're putting me to shame.
Nah.
Nikhil Callahan. All right. He's got 20 questions here, so
oh, geez. 20 questions? Come on now. I gotta sleep sometime tonight.
Cleanse the palate. All right. I'm going to get all ready here. All right. I'm sorry. Oh, no, he does have 20. No, 15. Did you hear that Gallows and Anderson... Did you hear what Gallows and Anderson said about re-signing with WWE, AEW talks? Triple H, etc. What are your thoughts on it? No.
I'm not really. I haven't heard what they said.
I didn't either. I mean, it's not like we host a wrestling show and should know this stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. No, I honestly don't know.
I don't know. Was it bad, I guess? I don't know.
I don't know either. We'll find out for next week. Thoughts on Kurt Hawkins, EC3, Motor City Machine Guns, Heath Slater, Good Brothers, and Eric Young returning to Impact? And will Impact
I'm happy about it.
Soar back to its previous heights?
I will watch Impact again with those guys.
Mm-hmm.
I actually like a lot of those guys, to be honest.
Yeah.
EC3 is a really weird one. Like, they just hated the guy there for some reason. They literally gave him no shot. One other way to make him look bad. And you would think he's a guy they would love. He's got a great look. He's really built. He's got charisma.
He must have made somebody mad. That's all I know.
That was kind of like a Bobby Roode back, and people forget about Team Canada. That would be interesting with Eric Young back.
Mm-hmm.
How they do anything with him?
Did they fire Rude?
I don't think they have.
No, he's still there.
Man, that's a
I don't
guy
think they're doing anything with him.
He was so over in NXT, and then they brought him up, and he's kind of just there. Apparently, what Orton doing now is the best stuff he's ever done, but I honestly can't stand the guy. I think he's boring. What do you think? I do think, I can't say it's the best stuff he's ever, because I'm not even watching the show, but when I have watched the pay-per-views, he gets good promos and stuff. But there is a thing when you're there forever and you really don't change your character. I mean, he's still the same guy. He's been forever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know he first came in as the Legend Killer, but after that, he's been basically the same guy. And no matter, I can't say he's bad or anything, but you just get burnt out on the same guy over and over and over.
Yeah.
I think he's more entertaining on Twitter than he is on WWE.
Yeah, I'd say that. That's for sure.
Probably a guy that if they just let cut his own promos would be better, because these guys are just saying stuff that's written for him.
Mm-hmm.
Rumors Kevin Owens wanted to go back to NXT. I didn't know that, but do we think if this would benefit? It would probably benefit NXT. Well, not probably. It would benefit NXT.
Yeah, probably help Kevin Owens as well because
they don't have a lot of great promo guys right now in NXT. They have a lot of great wrestlers, but he's a great promo guy.
Mm-hmm.
And it'd be a big deal to that NXT audience if he was there, if there was an audience.
Yeah.
It'd be big to the WWE wrestlers that are in the audience. Do you think next year's Mania and Rumble might be in the Performance Center? I think it will be. I think the only place having shows right now is Texas, and it's not doing very good.
Mm-mm.
What would you do to change AEW to make it better? We didn't talk about AEW this week. I liked last week's show a lot, except for the main event. And I love AEW, but I got to be honest, I thought that was booked very poorly, and the match itself wasn't very good. So they had Brian Cage as this giant dude. Relatively. He's not really that tall, but in AEW he looks very big because a lot of guys are short. So he's this big jacked up guy. Bring him in. I didn't have a problem right away pushing him towards the belt. That's fine with me. The debut of the FTW belt before he even goes for the world title made no sense to me. Because the FTW belt would come after you don't win the world title. Or you're cheated out of it somehow, or you can't get a shot at it. When he debuted it last week, he literally was going into a match for the world title. So to make up a belt made no sense at all. Like, why would you make this up right now? And then, so they had the match. For one thing, it's way too long for Brian Cage. I've not seen a lot of Brian Cage matches. Maybe he is long. He was blown up about 5 minutes in, and it did not look good. I've seen him look great in these short, explosive matches, but this long competitive match with Moxley, he did not look good because he was really blown up by not that long into the match. And just the booking of the match itself didn't make him look good at all. Because I get that they're trying to protect him even without putting the belt on him. Okay, I understand that. So to do that, you have to have some kind of either a DQ or some kind of slip on a banana peel finish where he just steals the Moxley, squeaks a victory out, and he still looks impressive. But instead, Moxley has him in the armbar, and then Taz throws in the towel. That doesn't keep him strong, unless he would then, beat up Taz, say, I'm fine. Why'd you throw that in? Which I think it'd be a mistake to break him up right now, so I wouldn't have done that. But they didn't even hint at that. It's just like that was the smart thing to do so he didn't break his arm. But that's not a good finish for a monster. It's only been in the company a couple weeks. I didn't get any of the booking of this match. The match itself wasn't good. He was exposed as being pretty green or doesn't have good cardio. And then Darby Allin came in and beat him up, who actually really liked Darby Allin. And I'm not against the feud. I know some people are because he's small. It really doesn't bother me. I mean, I know wrestling's not real. So you can do big guy, little man matches. It's totally fine with me. But but him running in and beating and hitting him with his skateboard after he lost is like a heel thing. Why are you going to cheer for the guy who hits a guy who just lost, who supposedly had his arm hurt, and then you run in and hit him with a foreign object, and you're supposed to be the good guy? It makes no sense. To me, this match the feud with Darby should have been the lead-in to him going for the belt, because he could have had I think a kick-ass match with Darby, because Darby would take hellacious, punishment for him. Keep it competitive, because Darby Allin's not going to look bad losing to this giant dude. And then he goes for the title. Then somehow he gets robbed out of the title, and then he makes the FTW belt. Instead, it was all reversed, and just none of it made any sense to me. It was bad. It wasn't good. And I'm a big AEW fan, but I know you didn't see it, so you can't really.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but sounds logical what you're saying.
Where the hell am I? I lost my place. Oh, here we go. 7, do you think Vince will sell WWE or give it to Stephanie Triple H?
I'd say give it to Stephanie and Triple H.
I would have said that a while ago, but I have no idea. Who knows? You wouldn't think he'd need the money.
No.
If he gives it to them, would they just sell it? I wouldn't think there would be something Triple H would want to sell, but I don't know if Stephanie would.
No.
She might. I don't know.
I don't think she'd want to sell it if her husband was going to be running it. So.
Do you think CM Punk will return to the ring? I'm sorry.
If the both of them was running it. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No. I interrupted you. I'm sorry. Do you think that CM Punk will return to the ring and which company?
I think if he does, it'll be WWE because for whatever reason, he doesn't seem to like AEW.
Yeah, it seems like I agree with that.
It's
a weird thing where he said they sent him a message on Twitter instead of contact him. I don't know. Honestly, this is the world we live in: is you contact people through the internet. So I don't know. This seems like a thing to fixate on.
Yeah, he seems to be upset about that stuff, and I don't really understand why he's that upset about it. So.
Besides money, I wouldn't want to go anywhere. This would not be where. This is not an ideal time to make your return.
Mm-hmm.
You come back and there's literally no one there. If you want to make an impact, you'd want people there. I mean, look at Edge. Sure. I mean, that's one of the biggest stars of modern wrestling, and he comes back. I mean, what does it matter? No one's there to pop for it. Which match between superstars haven't we seen in AEW, but you would like to?
Jake the Snake versus Arn Anderson.
Jake the Snake! I forget how that song goes. The Slam Jam
teased
song?
It once. Yeah.
I sang it all, the whole song once. The show. I don't remember it. The master of the DDT! Something like that. Jake the Snake, that'd be good. I'd like to see Tully versus Arn, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be good.
Who else haven't we seen? I'm trying to think. Orange Cassidy versus someone. I'm a big Orange Cassidy fan. Let's see. I said that one. Favorite ever WCW pay-per-view?
Ooh. That's a Brandon question.
True. I mean,
I
always have for me, it's hard to remember which pay-per-views which. Name-wise, I like Halloween Havoc.
I'll give a default answer. I got to see the Bash at the Beach that had Karl Malone and Rodman in it. And even though I don't remember a lot of the show, I remember watching that Carolina linebacker try to take down the Big Show. And that match was a lot better than I expected.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But
Kevin Green?
Yeah, Kevin Green. I thought it was going to be the Pits.
Uh-huh.
And
I really think he could. I think he had it to be a wrestler because the few matches he had, I thought he was really good. For someone who really didn't have any, experience. And he had a lot of weird charisma to him. He's like this weird, crazy guy. I don't know. I always liked him. There's someone else. Who was was it Reggie White? I think had a match once. I didn't think he was too bad either.
Longo McMichael's first wrestling match, I think it was WrestleMania 3 or 4. Wasn't he a football player in that Battle Royal?
Was he in there? I remember the WrestleMania, but I don't know if he was around. I guess he might have been. I know the Fridge was in it. I don't think he was in there because I think it was all the I know it was the Bears, but I don't think he was on that Bears team.
It was like the Lumberjack WrestleMania 11.
WrestleMania 11, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I was at that
man with the trivia.
Yeah.
I was at that show, Songman. Not the best WrestleMania.
That's my guilty pleasure.
Yeah.
Salt.
It was
WrestleMania
mostly
11.
Celebrity Mania, I always called it, than WrestleMania. Of how packed the celebrities were.
I had a good time.
Mm.
It's hard to have a bad time at wrestling, though. Where the hell was I? Do you still keep in contact with any of these old message board members? Tyler. Yes, basically every day I talk to Tyler, our webmaster. Good friend of mine. Who when I went to London, I know this guy for like 20 years, and I go to London, I was like, hey, we should meet up. And he's just like, why? It's like, what the hell? Van. Yes. Keep up with Van. Insured. Do you talk to Van?
Yeah, I see him on the Facebook.
He's a grumpy old man now. Not like literally. He became a comedian. And he has like a group that was touring till COVID happened, the Grumpy Old Men. Barbie Richards. Seems like he asks us questions every week. No, I've not talked to Barbie. And not like I avoid him. I have not talked to him in a long, long time. I
That's
talked to him about 6 years ago, or maybe it was like 8 years ago.
A couple
Like
months
real
back, I
briefly,
sent him a message. Talked to him a little bit, but nothing crazy. So
Is he's still kicking?
Oh yeah, he's there.
Dwayne.
He's not on social media. He's on Twitter though, ain't
Yeah, he's on Twitter. I'm not a big Twitter guy.
I have to
I see
add
him
him
on
to
there,
Twitter.
No one special. I don't have contact with him.
No.
Jobs, yeah. I mean, he calls in the show every once in a while.
Yeah, he's still around.
Still, he's active on the Facebook. Maybe he doesn't know John Brown is Jobs. Mrs. Big
Maybe.
Red Machine, she's a friend of mine on Facebook, so I've talked to her sometimes. More like not really chat with her, but interact with her on Facebook. Raven Effect. If he means the original Raven Effect, I ran into him at last year's New England Fan Fest. He was actually working the event, setting up not the ring. He was doing the audio stuff, and he's like, "Are you Neil Jones, Jackie Jones?" I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "This is I'm Raven Effect." I was like, "Really?" And I talked to him, and he
said, "Which one?"
No, I remember. I could tell it was the original one, and he I guess he got in trouble a lot around that time. We used to talk to him when he's young, and then he turned his life around, and now he went to school and he does like audio visual stuff, like for bands and things like that.
Oh, cool.
Favorite ever
Good
TNA
story.
pay-per-view? Hard.
By
I'm
default.
obviously Bound for Glory. What was that?
By default, I've seen a TNA pay-per-view. Thank you to Eric Bischoff for both of those shows. I don't remember what show it was. The matches were Bully Ray versus AJ Styles, where AJ did a 450 off the rope onto an exposed table and Bully moved. I remember that just making me jump out of my chair. There was Sting. No, not Sting. Was it Kurt Angle versus Bobby Roode, which was boring as fuck, and it really depressed me because I knew it was going to be the last time I seen Kurt Angle wrestle live, and this was the first time I've seen
Roode.
What's his name? Bobby Roode wrestle live.
Yeah,
and
you would think, in theory, you think that would be a good match. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was just dull, paint by the numbers, don't get hurt. Yeah. Maybe there's something I'm unaware of, but I don't know. I was bloodthirsty. I wanted a big show. I got to see Kaz and Daniels, who I guilty pleasure like. And Joseph Park turned into the Abyss, only to do not much. I remember that of the show. Samoa Joe had a match, but it was pretty small. But his pop was huge. Like, he's a great opener for TNA. I really got to see the last of TNA's glory days, and so by default, I picked the show I went to.
Yeah,
Do you have a favorite TNA? I'm sorry, Inchman. We'll guess. I
always like the No Surrender that when we did the show for Wrestling News Live. I always thought that was a fun show. Had the 3-way at the end. AJ versus Daniels versus Joe.
I like the one when Sting did the shoot pin on Jeff Hardy.
Yeah.
Songman, do you have a favorite TNA pay-per-view?
The blown up, yeah, I remember in 06 when they had the whole rivalry with Sting and Jarrett. I'd say there's been pretty a big year for 06, probably. I don't remember what pay-per-view it was, but what was the one when Jarrett got put in the penalty box when that match was called? I forget. That was so long
King
ago.
of the Hill match?
Yeah, that was probably... Yeah, I mean, you had that, and I forget what pay-per-view it was when you had AJ and Christopher Daniels versus America's Most Wanted. On that pay-per-view was a packed card.
Yeah.
I remember.
Do you have a favorite TNA pay-per-view, Vic?
I had one that I looked forward to the most, and then I was really disappointed. And that was the one where they had all the ECW guys.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. Yeah.
I mean, I was really looking forward to that, and then it just fell flat.
Yeah. Tyler wants to know, when Incher saw the shit in Jurassic Park, did it shatter his world?
No.
Fecal
It was
envy.
fake. That's movie magic for
there
you.
you go. There you go. Did you like any of the following tag teams? The Dudley Boys. I'm a big fan of the Dudley Boys ever since their ECW days.
No.
What?
What?
You don't like the
No.
Dudley Boys?
I'm just tired. I just want to say no. Everything.
The Hardy Boys, of course.
No.
APA. I like them as characters, backyard, like backstage doing stuff, but I really was never really
In all honesty, my answer is no to that one.
The Legion of Doom.
No.
X-Pac and Road Dogg. I know they tagged, but I don't really remember anything about that team.
No.
TNA.
Edge and Christian. Yeah, that's good stuff. Miz and the Big Show. I actually did like that team. Thought they were fun together. Cody Rhodes and Ted DiBiase. No for me.
No.
We got David's a big fan. The Highlanders. I can't say I was a big Highlanders fan. Who is the
Highlanders
Shawn Michaels?
didn't give them opportunity to shine.
Yeah, well, that's true. They really didn't do anything. Christian and Chris Jericho. I actually don't remember this very much.
No, I do.
I think they were fighting over Trish at one time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That was like one of the WrestleMania matches.
Booker T and Goldust. I remember when they put together, and I was like, "This is a really dumb team," but I thought they were really fun together. I like their pairing.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah. The Mexicools. I can't say I was a big Mexicools fan.
Mm-mm.
I like the guys in it, Juventud Guerrero and Super Crazy, but they came out riding lawnmowers. Billy Kidman and Rey Mysterio. I don't remember this. I guess it was probably
Filthy Animals, maybe?
Oh, okay.
Was that when they were the Filthy Animals?
Probably. Devon Dudley and Ron Simmons. I didn't even know of this team.
No.
Edge and Rey Mysterio. I don't remember that either.
I kind of remember that. I think Edge was being a baby face whenever he came back, and Rey Mysterio was with him.
Hardcore Holly and Crash Holly. I did like the Hollies together. That's good time.
No.
Hardcore beating up Crash. I like it. Rhino and Tajiri. I think that's a hell of a team.
Yeah.
Always.
I like them.
I really like both guys a lot, Rhino and Tajiri. You and Rhino came back. I thought he's really good with Heath Slater. And they had fun vignettes, and then it just it gets over. Then they just stop. The Brothers of Destruction, Undertaker and Kane.
They were too big for any other team.
I agree. It's like, I mean, how can you really buy and beat anyone? Unless they're fighting like Austin and Triple H. You can't just have them fighting like any other, like the Highlanders. Kurt Hawkins and Tyler Rex.
No.
Who's Tyler Rex?
Tyler Rex hopped in and out. He looked good, but he wasn't a wrestler.
Yeah.
He was like a dude. He was like a dude diva.
Yeah, I can't say this. MVP and Matt Hardy. I actually like both guys, but I don't really remember this team either. I think this is like eras I don't really recall very well. I guess Test and Scott Steiner. I actually kind of think I like those guys together.
Yeah, I kind of remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And a happy birthday from to Lexar. And a shout out to President Clinton.
Where's Prez?
I don't know. He hasn't been on the videos yet. And he wants everyone to stay safe. Well, thank you.
There you go.
Dobbs has a question for Incher. What are his chances of bagging a West Virginian chick?
Ooh.
No.
He's got that.
Does he like chicks with no teeth and tattoos?
Do they like English accents in West Virginia?
Maybe. I don't know.
Hello, Butler. How in the world did Mike Messier manage to get one of his videos sponsored by Manscaped? Maybe he's a hairy dude. Do you feel sorry for making the boy cry?
Ooh.
Nope. And do you think Abdullah's boy might have been a young Hannibal?
Nah. Not Hannibal.
This is from Brian Matthew Clutter. In honor of Lexar's birthday, what are your favorite LWO memories?
Oh, Lord.
My favorite. That could just be a whole show. We'll spend 3 hours of our favorite LWO memories. I think I like the shirt. Jason Mitten, who do you like better, Marco Stunt or Jim Cornette? I mean, I like Jim Cornette better, but I don't hate Marco Stunt. I mean, he's just, yeah, he's small, but he's not out there like in serious matches. When he does, like, he just gets beat up, and he does some comedy spots. I'm fine with this. I don't watch wrestling thinking this is like legit competition, so I'm fine with it.
I like Marcus Stunt because he's not so hateful.
That's true. He's not wishing death on people. You think you could do that dance he does? The floss?
Maybe.
Thoughts on Sven Gulli being a smart mark?
I didn't know he watched wrestling.
Apparently he's a fan of Dave Meltzer.
No, really.
Mayor Marty Van Buren, would you let Lexar babysit your niece unsupervised? I love Lexar, but I don't have a niece, so I can't.
There you
go. Name one wrestler you don't want to be alone in a room blindfolded with. Probably no one. I really don't want to be in a room blindfolded with. Name one wrestler you do want to be blindfolded in a room.
Knowing the Godwins
The God, yeah.
and
I thought that was
knowing the Boogeyman too.
Yeah.
Oh, it is now.
Okay. Maybe Bailey. I don't know. Because you think like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have fun, but you don't know. You're blindfolded. They might just, pick your pockets or something. How old do you think the reason why Cornette is always talking about how great of a commentator Taz is because Taz deep dick Stacy back in the day? It's very possible. It is weird to me. He hates Tony Schiavone, but he thinks Taz is the greatest.
Yeah. That is strange.
I'm a big Tony fan. Jason Mitten. Who is your all-time favorite FTW champion? Taz, Sabu, or Brian Cage? I'm going to have to go with Taz on this. I'm a huge ECW fan, but I've never really been an FTW fan. The fuck the world belt. Owl, if you were Mad Max, would you have killed Master Blaster?
Oh.
No, Master Blaster is my favorite character.
That is rude.
I never really watched the movie much, so I don't know. I mean, I know the character, but did he do anything that dastardly to Mad Max?
I don't remember it, but I know the movie. I haven't watched it in probably like 20 years. But Master Blaster is cool. Jason Mitten. When you watch WWE, do you feel better about yourself for watching it for the Headyverse, or is WWE programming so bad you feel worse for watching it? I don't really feel bad, or I don't really feel bad watching. I just watch it because I haven't watched the television since WrestleMania. So I watched the pay-per-views for the show, and I just watch it, and I just think like this doesn't interest me at all, and I don't miss watching it. And I know why I don't tune into Raw or SmackDown now. And then I just turn it off. I didn't even finish it.
Yep.
How will Intra go to the flea market now that Trump has said wearing masks is patriotic?
No. Probably not, because nobody else is wearing a mask. Have you been out? Nobody's wearing a mask.
Really depends where you are. Here, it's pretty good. But I live in a liberal area. So.
Incher, let me ask you, when you're at flea markets, what do you tend to look for? Because I'm also really big into flea markets.
Yeah, mainly video games, and that's pretty much what I look for the most. So, yeah.
Certain systems?
Just anything. I have just about every system. The only ones I don't have is 3DO, Neo Geo, and
I get one of those.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. There's some others, but I can't remember. But like, I have most of the common ones,
Right.
So, but yeah.
Any games if David sees, like, tell him to grab.
Yeah.
Like a duck hunt.
Definitely duck hunt. No, not duck hunt. Oh, I don't know. My brain's not working right now.
It's impossible to play duck hunt these days because the zapper was made for the old school dinosaur TVs, and now everything's flat screen. It doesn't read.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I know some people are working on a gun that will work on current TVs. So.
Oh wow!
What was that gun like you had on your shoulder? I don't know if it was Super Nintendo or
Super Scope 6. Super Scope.
Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
Okay, I remember that.
Was the Minister? Did it go on your shoulder? I can't remember for the Genesis.
I never.
No.
I never really had one, but I do have the receiver for it, but I don't have the gun. So,
Marty Van Buren, wouldn't a harem be a more suitable relationship than what? You have to have a lot of money is the thing. Now, would you rather eat gas, grass, or ass? Would depend who's ass, I guess.
Mhm.
I think gas is probably out of it. Maybe just eating some gas. Marty Van Buren, fuck, marry, kill the best friends.
Oh, shit.
So I'm going to marry Orange Cassidy. I think I'll fuck Trent Beretta. And I don't hate Chucky T, but I guess I'm killing Chucky T.
Oh, my goodness.
Your picks aren't bad, but I'm not going to answer.
Yeah.
Jason Minton, get Jack and Incher both in shape because they know they were transitioning into video.
No. I don't
think we would have if it wasn't for the coronavirus. Sitting around looking for stuff to do. Owl, do you think Dixie Carter will finally buy the WWE? Nope.
No.
Yes.
Yes. And do Intra and the Saudi and no, Intra the Saudis aren't buying WWE, much like the Disney rumor started by Dutch Mantel. This rumor was started by an equally reliable source, Hugo Savinovich.
Mm-hmm. Did I say the Saudis are going to buy? I don't. Was that last week thing? I don't remember saying that, but I think I just said.
Jason,
I thought it was rumored that
after this show, will Incher be back next week with a beard?
Ooh.
You never know.
Hey guys, I'm gonna head out.
All right. Good night,
Take
David.
it easy, Dave.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. It was really fun being here. I'll try to do it next week.
All right. Sounds good. Happy birthday.
Birthday.
Yep. Happy
All
birthday.
right, we're down to the last four.
Yes. No. Yes. Yes. I'm done.
Wow, you just agreed to some bad stuff. Do you think, Jason, so do you think, who do you think took bigger shits, Andre the Giant or Brian Knobbs?
I guess Andre, because they said he would fill bathtubs.
It would probably just pour it out of Knobbs because his butthole's like this big.
Yeah. But they say Andre could consume like trash cans full of liquor, so I can only imagine how much he could eat.
Yeah, your butthole's just like this big hole. You just like would just pour out.
Yeah. Man
Dobbs
would have to wear
wants-
diapers.
Yeah. Maybe you could get Titan. Dobbs just woke up.
Morning.
Morning. And he wants to wish happy birthday, Lexar. Happy birthday, Lexar from Jason. Alwub. Does Jack regret not letting listener's name retracted kill himself on New Year's Eve for him? Who wouldn't have killed themselves?
I don't.
But I don't regret
No.
that because I don't look. I'll joke about like all kinds of stuff. I know people say Jackie woke and stuff. I don't really find, not really. I just don't find humor in the suicide jokes. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying people can do whatever they want, but I just don't find humor in it.
Yeah.
That makes me Jackie woke, I think, to some people. But anyway, I had a good time here, and happy birthday to the mighty Lexar. Thank you, Vic and the Song Man, for staying up all night.
No, you're welcome.
It's good to see. Any parting words, Song Man?
No, nothing for this week. I'll make sure I get it for next week.
Very good.
And I may get a nice little new guest for a little treat if I try.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah, I may try something.
All
Just
right,
because you're the
very good.
man, and I do what I can to make sure you get more than just one song, man.
Very good. I love it. I love the Song Man. You're a good man. Vic,
Oh,
anything,
definitely.
anything before we part?
Well, one thing I was going to bring up about AEW tomorrow night, there's supposed to be a mystery opponent for Cody. It's supposed to be a big shocker, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I am as well. Oh, that was another thing I want to say. There's some people who were really mad that Cody even fought Sonny Kiss. I enjoyed the match a lot. I thought Sonny Kiss's entrance was fun. I thought Sonny Kiss showed himself to be a good competitor. He's a lot of charisma. I thought it was just a fun round match. I do think it should have been built up better, especially with that big entrance. Like if this would have been a built-up match where Sonny had won some matches leading up to it, it'd have been a bigger deal. And I don't know. I don't know. I saw. I listened to Cornette really rant on this, and it was people talk a lot about Cornette's other things he said. I thought it was one of the more troublesome things he said because he was literally just saying like that he shouldn't be. They shouldn't have him as a babyface to be cheered. He should be presented as a heel because basically saying because he's gay, he should just be booed. And I was like, this is really weird stuff to be saying, Cornette, but it was very odd to me. But I like the match, and I think Sonny Kisses.
It was a funny thing because I went right before the shutdown. I saw the AEW show in Huntsville, the one where Cody got beat with a belt. And as soon as they went off the air, one of the dark matches was Sonny Kiss, and he was way over.
Yeah, yeah. When I seen him live, he was real over in Chicago, and he has a lot of charisma.
I don't understand the hate on Sonny Kiss.
I don't either. Inchman,
no.
You have anything before we part for the night? I'm looking forward to that mystery opponent for Cody.
Yeah, I want to check that out. So, no, I'm good. Appreciate it.
I had a good time, Intra. Thank you for
see
being
you all
here.
later.
Thank you for shaving for the show. You look good for Lexar. We'll see everyone here next week.
See you all later.
Yeah.
I love the
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Lexar. You're a good man.
Lexar and Dave. Happy birthday.
Big Dave. Good night, folks.